Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Fred Ryan.
Well, good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed breakfast up on the penthouse this morning. I should tell you, we love a lot of things about this building. We like the location, we like the design. We usually like the location, except it's a little complicated today. I'm glad everybody made it in. We like the design, but the one thing we don't like is there's only one elevator up to the penthouse. So thanks for your patience in coming down. And I would say it was really great to be able to meet so many of you and have the chance to talk to you last night. And I know there's still a few that arrived after the reception. In fact, where's Paul Posadas? Well, he arrived at 4:45 this morning. He may be sleeping in, but we'll catch him a little bit later. Well, usually to get the great view from you saw from the penthouse, you have to pay a lot of money and be next door at the Hay Adams Hotel. But here it's free, or I should say it's almost free, because there's no such thing as a free lunch or a free breakfast. We're going to keep you busy today. But for now, let me just say welcome to the Reagan Institute. We are here in Washington, D.C., the home of the Reagan Foundation's Washington, D.C. presence, just across Lafayette Park from the White House, where President and Mrs. Reagan lived and worked for 8 consequential years. And we're delighted to have you all here with us today in the center of our country's government and in many ways the capital of the free world. As young people, you're coming of age at a time when the country is polarized unlike it's ever been before. Trust in our important institutions is down, trust in our fellow Americans is down, and our politics are deeply divided. A recent Reagan Institute survey found that less than 1/3 of Americans believe that civil discourse is healthy in our society. And to show how personal it is, another survey by another organization found that more than 50% of Americans said they would be deeply disappointed if a member of their family married someone of the opposite political party. And more people are viewing socialism as an acceptable form of government in the United States, especially young people, and that may be because they haven't seen democracy work very well in their lifetimes. And sadly, more people see violence as justified when traditional positions fail, political positions fail. Just 11% of young men in America agree that violence is never justified to resolve political differences. So this is a challenge you face today as the future leaders of America. So you ask, how did we get here? Where did these toxic divisions begin? And there are a lot of theories on that. Some point all the way back to the Vietnam War era, where generations were divided, the country was separated, there was a lot of anger and emotion. Others point to more recent developments, the process of confirming Supreme Court justices. And that's changed quite a bit in the last few years. When Ronald Reagan was president and nominated Sandra Day O'Connor, first woman on the Supreme Court, she was confirmed by the Senate 99-0. Anthony Kennedy, his final appointment to the Supreme Court, was confirmed by the Senate 97-0. Ruth Bader Ginsburg later confirmed 96-3. And as we've seen today, it evolves along a party line vote. Whichever party has the majority gets the justice confirmed. If they don't have a majority, there's no confirmation. So that's one of the things people point to. And more recently, some people say these divisions have been a result of just differences between wokeness on the left and MAGA on the right. But one thing that's certainly a factor, and whether it's causing it or certainly exacerbating it, is social media. Social media gives people the anonymity to say things they would never, ever say face to face. It puts people in isolated situations, and it causes divisions that wouldn't exist in normal day-to-day contact. But despite the current state of affairs, it always hasn't been this way. And that's one reason that we're optimistic that the next generation of leaders can help bring the country back together again. And this was an important part of Ronald Reagan's success as president. I want to ask you first, I want to mention someone, Tip O'Neill. How many of you, raise your hand, know who Tip O'Neill is? Okay, great. Well, Tip O'Neill, to give you a little background, was a Democrat, liberal leader, Speaker of the House from the East, and Ronald Reagan was conservative, Republican governor from the West, and they didn't agree on much politically, but they found that they could form a personal relationship where they could get together after hours. They could get to understand each other, so when the time came, even though they disagreed on so much, they could find common ground and move the country forward. And in fact, there was a famous story where they would get together in the evenings, and then the next day, Tip O'Neill would be up on Capitol Hill very viciously attacking all of Ronald Reagan's proposals, to the point where President Reagan called him and said, "Wait a minute, I thought we were friends. Last night, everything seemed like we were friends." And Tip O'Neill said, "We are friends, but only after 5 o'clock. So what Ronald Reagan would do is set his watch ahead to 5 o'clock every time he saw Tip O'Neill and say, "Tip, it's 5 o'clock, we're friends." A second lesson I would just point to with President Reagan is he would tell us, if you're trying to get something done, if you can get 80% of what you want, take it, and then come back and try to get the next 20% next time. That's a change from today where so much has become a zero-sum game, where it's not just enough for your side to win, but sometimes you want the other side to have a humiliating loss. And we've seen, and that's not the way the business world works. It's not so much the way the rest of our lives work. You want to have a win-win environment. So I tell you this because the solution to resolving today's divisiveness comes not from the past, but the lessons of the past remind us that it's possible. The notion of civility in politics may sound foreign to those of you who've grown up in the age of toxic social media and viral politics that demonize and dehumanize our opponents. But on this very day, we have a poignant example that's a reminder that politics can be civil and respectful. Barely a mile away from here, a special tribute is being held in the rotunda of the United States Capitol in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham. Senators of both parties are there to pay their respects and honor the service of Senator Graham. That includes the Democrat and Republican senators who are planning to join us here for this forum today. And if you followed the coverage of the sudden passing over the last 2 weeks of Senator Graham, you know the tributes have poured in from Democrats and Republicans in Congress, from the President, from Supreme Court justices, foreign officials, reporters, and many others, not people who commonly agree on everything. And what do their tributes mention? They mention his humor, his friendship, and his effectiveness, like winning bipartisan support for sanctions on Russia just this month. That effectiveness is a result of his friendship and his humor. In other words, his civility. That's one of the reasons we will miss Senator Graham here at the Reagan Institute, his commitment to President Reagan's principles and his warm congeniality. But it's also a reminder that great leaders can achieve great things because they are civil, and that civility is not a weakness, it's a strength. And this forum is an effort to bring us back to those principles. The speakers and attendees here today represent different experiences, professions, and viewpoints, but they're united by a conviction that our civic institutions depend on citizens who can work together. This forum is an investment in your future. We hope it's the beginning of a lifelong commitment to principled leadership, informed patriotism, and civic engagement, whatever career you choose. And it would be a wonderful success for us if in the years ahead, some of you at this forum today become leaders, known for your integrity, your dignity, and your effectiveness. So let me thank you. Thank you for stepping up as civic leaders and recognizing that change is needed and that you can be an agent of that change. That's the spirit of our forum sponsor, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, that they have brought to this event as well. And thank you to SNF and to Andreas Drakopoulos, who will be talking to us a little bit later this morning. He leads one of the largest and most effective foundations on the planet. In our program today, we will hear how the founders of our country and drafters of our Constitution intended our democracy to function from a justice of the United States Supreme Court. We'll hear from a well-respected governor who found ways to get things done for the citizens of his state despite partisan political obstacles. We will look at how sports remain a unifying force for Americans from all perspectives who gather to cheer for the same team. And we'll learn how some young sports and journalists are using their storytelling skills to teach us how to be better rivals. To give us a sense of some of the great work being done to advance civility and build bridges in this country, we will hear from some of those leading the major civil society organizations. And we'll end with a conversation with leaders of some of the most influential news organizations in the country. We'll talk with them about the role the media plays in a functioning democracy and what we can do to be better formed Americans. So let's get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 74th Governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, and moderator Dan Rothschild of the Ronald Reagan Institute.
Yeah, look at this crowd.
I think they're pumped. I think they're ready.
I think this is ready to go. Everybody ready to go? Yes. Okay, good. Good morning, everybody. I'm glad everybody got here safely, going through the closed roads and the security stops to make it here. I have to say, as I was walking up, Dan, I was standing on the other side of the fence up here going, I think I need to go there. And this very nice Secret Service agent came up to me and said, sir, you look like you need some help. And I said, I just want to go on the other side of the fence. He said, no problem, we got you. So.
You're here, so let's jump in. Thank you for being with us today. I want to begin by talking about the political culture of Virginia. A lot of states, as we know, have become more polarized, less civil over the last 20, 25 years. Think Texas, California. Virginia remains a purple state in a lot of ways. That doesn't mean that there's not a lot of diversity within the state. I live in deep blue Arlington County, an hour away from deep blue Rappahannock and Culpeper counties. But what this means is that Virginia's had to focus on tax, regulation, business climate, delivering for its residents. So I wonder, for the people here who are not fortunate enough to live in Virginia, if you can explain a little bit about what makes Virginia's political culture tick.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say that Virginia's overall political profile has changed quite a bit over the last decade or 15 years. And it has moved from being purplish red to purplish blue, and one could argue today it's pretty darn blue. I think that's just reflective of the state's evolution with population in Northern Virginia, but also, a reality that once one party begins to demonstrate repetitive wins, there's a deflation that goes on in the other party, and so engagement changes a lot too. And yet, for issues that Virginians care deeply about, it really is a purple state. And so that's part of, I think, our own responsibility, which is to try to keep everybody engaged. But just to put it in context, since 2010, there's roughly a statewide election almost every year between governor's races, Senate races, and presidentials. Out of every 4-year cycle, we usually have 3 statewide, and there's been 1 Republican elected statewide during that time period, 1, over the course of the last 15 years, and I was fortunate enough to get hired by Virginians to be governor. We've had Democratic senators for quite a long time in Virginia, and the General Assembly has flip-flopped a bit, and that has really reflected, again, this pendulum that swings back and forth. And so I think the other really interesting tidbit is that because Virginia's gubernatorial race is 1 year after the presidential, so it's offset, and the only 2 states that have a governor's race 1 year after the presidential are New Jersey and, of course, Virginia. Those are only 2 states. The governor of Virginia has represented the opposite party of the president for 13 out of 14 governor's elections. And the one that it didn't was Terry McAuliffe, and the reality is Terry McAuliffe won with less than 48% of the vote that year because there was a libertarian candidate that ran that took 6% of the vote. So the state tends to be a very interesting barometer of national opinions.
When you were elected governor in 2021, you had not run for office before. You were pretty new to politics.
You had to remove the pretty.
I was
just new.
But you'd had a successful career in business. So I'm wondering if you can reflect on what translated from your business career, or I think even more interestingly for this audience, maybe what didn't translate from your business career into politics and then into governing.
Yeah, well, I'll begin with a core belief that I have, which is our founding fathers, and being a Virginian, I'm allowed to talk about them a lot because, well, most of them were from Virginia. But our founding fathers never envisioned this concept of career politicians. They actually envisioned the idea of a citizen-led government of the people. And therefore, private sector experience was always meant to inform government service. And I think that continues today to be incredibly important. And as I came into this role, I recognized that, one, I did not have a history of government service and government experience, but I had a really deep private sector set of experiences. And for those of you who don't know, I grew up in Virginia and had a very normal childhood. My dad lost his job twice growing up. My mom was a nurse. We dealt with all the things that families deal with. And over the course of my professional career, I rose up and had a chance to lead one of the largest investment firms in the world. And I thought that was my dream job. That's where I'm supposed to be. This is where the Lord has placed me. I'm supposed to do good things and lead this firm. And in 2019, I had, through my own prayer life, just a real awakening that I was supposed to do something different. And so in the summer, after Carlisle had made its way through the first half of COVID, first 6 months of COVID, I quit my job. My wife cried when I told her I quit my job, a lot. But we prayed over it, and we said, well, listen, if we can run a campaign that's reflective of our values, and we're fortunate enough to be hired to serve in this role, then we will both serve with everything we've got. And so off we went. And what I learned quickly is that my private sector experience informed me in a way that was very unique. First of all, what's the business plan for the state? Well, there wasn't one. And where was the state winning and where was the state losing, and what were the big categories of areas where Virginia really should be performing better? And it was, and it ended up being a lot. Economic development, education, public safety, the pure role of government in serving its citizens. How are we delivering behavioral health? What are we doing in order to advance maternal health? What are we doing to combat fentanyl overdoses? There was no plan for any of it. And so we wrote a business plan for the state. And that business plan was rooted far more in objectives and pathways to get there based on conservative common sense policies than it was on politics. And then my job was to go around the state and first convince people to elect me based on that plan. And we called it the Day One Game Plan. Now, I was a basketball player in college, and therefore everything has a basketball analogy, because it allowed me to remember what I was talking about. But the Day One Game Plan was comprehensive. It listed 4 years worth of objectives, and it covered all of the major areas that were in that business plan. And that was critically important. And what I found out when I got into government, so we were fortunate enough to be elected, and for those of you who have worked on campaigns or seen this process, the campaign was called at about 2 o'clock in the morning. Everybody was still at our headquarters for that night, and the other guy's team had gone home. The next morning at 7 o'clock, you get picked up at your house. We were driven from Northern Virginia to Richmond, and you go to work. And you start transition immediately, building a government and laying out a plan to execute. Well, because we had our Day One Game Plan, and we had a list of all the things that I had committed myself and our administration to, we knew exactly what we wanted to get done. Didn't quite know how we were going to do it, but we knew what we wanted to get done. And what I found as we headed into the administration and were inaugurated in January, having that plan, having a very clear set of objectives and how I thought we were going to get it done, because we came up during the administration specifically on the execution plan, enabled us in the first year to get everything done on the Day One Game Plan. We literally issued executive orders, initiated transformation activity, passed bills, and got all of that done, notwithstanding the fact that we had a divided government. And so my big takeaway is that anyone who says that business is so different than government hasn't been in both. And second of all, that you can actually bring private sector experiences to bear on government service in such a unique way, and it works.
So I want to get into the policy in a minute, but first I want to pick up on what you said about divided government. You became governor, you had a House of Delegates that was controlled by the Republicans, you had a Senate that was controlled by the Democrats. I'm interested, how did you approach this kind of bipartisan compromise and deal-making that had to get done in order to get to your first yes?
Yeah, well, first of all, I didn't know all of them. And so during the campaign, I, of course, met all the Republicans. And I'd met a few of the Democrats, but not all of them. And so I took a systematic effort to make sure I met everybody. I've always found that it's really hard for people to be mean to you if they know you. It's very easy for them to be mean to you if they don't know you, because you're a faceless personality. You don't have a relationship that can underpin civility. And so I went through and met everybody. It didn't mean that we got along, but we met everybody. And I think that was big step one. Step two was I explained to everybody what we were going to try to get done, and even more importantly, why. Why were we going to try to get this done? And the facts that were underpinning my conclusion that this was really important to get done. And then finally, every one of our execution plans was multifaceted. And I think this is one of the things that a lot of folks miss, is if you have complicated problems, there are no simple single bill, single program, or single initiative solutions. You have to have a comprehensive solution. And that required, yes, sometimes a set of enabling legislation or bills. It requires sometimes executive orders. It requires a transformation in how you're thinking about executing within government. And finally, it requires a feedback loop that enables you to measure how you're doing, report to your constituents, and make changes along the way if it's not getting to where you want it to go. Now, for those of you that have written business plans, that's what a business plan looks like. And what I found is most of the people in the General Assembly, both the Senate side and the House side, had not served and conducted government that way. And I found them to be uniquely receptive to it. Oh, this is where you're going. Oh, these are the steps you're going to take. And you're going to report back to us on how we're doing. That's pretty interesting. It didn't diffuse the natural ideological differences on some areas, but for particularly big initiatives like tax policy and job creation and educational reform and public safety and running government better and behavioral health transformation, these big issues we were able to bring together bipartisan, and I use that word very carefully. We're really good at defining bipartisan as getting one Democrat to come with us, and the rest of them. You know what? I still view that as bipartisan, and you really just try to get one or two people to come along with you. But that's the way we ran it: relationship, facts, plans, and then lots of information and feedback loops. And sometimes pieces of the plan didn't actually present themselves, so we didn't get a bill done. But I was able to accomplish that series of goals in a different manner. Most of the things that I could control within the executive branch, executive orders, transforming the way we actually execute, how we report, those are things that I knew I could deliver.
So budgets are where a governor's philosophy actually meets the road of reality.
Yeah.
Your first budget, you asked for $5 billion in tax cuts and rebates, primarily the grocery store tax cut and the taxpayer rebates. You got, I believe, $4 billion of that on a bipartisan basis, again, with the Democrats controlling the Senate and the General Assembly. Took months of negotiations. How did you approach this negotiation that allowed you to get to this yes and allowed you to get to this true bipartisan agreement?
Well, the first foundational principle is you have to have a balanced budget in Virginia. And I, by the way, think that's a really good place to start, which is how do we have revenues equal expenses? And then you drive by creating room for negotiation. And if your negotiation is always an either or, then by definition, you're going to run into major conflict. If we want to have tax relief, well, then we have to cut, bum, 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 bum. And so we worked like crazy to drive economic development, to drive job creation so that we would be running surpluses. And we also found in the first 4 months of being in office nearly $1.5 billion of spare cash in the seat cushions because there hadn't been a process put in place to go find that money. And so I was able to go into these discussions by saying, first and foremost, we are because of our job creation, going to run a surplus. Because of working in order to tighten down the expense management of money that's been appropriated but not spent, It looks like we're going to have $1.5 billion of extra funding that can carry over into next year. And now let's sit down, and I'm just telling you, my priorities are going to be tax relief, funding economic development, providing record funding into education, but doing it in a way that advances excellence in education and parent choice and multiple pathways. We're going to go to work and reform behavioral health. We're going to have to spend some money on that. And we've got a series of things I know you want to do. And so we put the list together, and we were able to horse trade a bit, and there was a fair amount of, I'm not signing that from me, and we have a line item veto in Virginia, so it gave me the ability to be, I think, extra stern in a bunch of areas. And we got that first budget done. And in that first budget, it funded everything we needed to get moving on out of the day one game plan.
You mentioned education. Let's talk more about that. Education arguably won you the governorship, somewhere where you really took a firm stand. And as a parent of a then third grader in Virginia Public Schools, thank you very much for your leadership on that. Reopening schools, parental rights, very important issues that you ran on, you really put your foot down on. But as you said, sometimes on some of these education reform issues, you worked over the series of months or years to build political consensus, build bipartisan consensus. Other times you really did put your foot down, insist on the privileges and powers of the governor, you were not afraid to have a frank and open discussion of views with members of the legislature and with local school boards. How did you decide kind of which of those buckets to put education issues into? Where were things where you had to put your foot down? Where were the items where you were more open to negotiation and consensus building? How do you differentiate them?
Yeah, well, I think it first begins with a clear idea of what you believe. And you've got to start there. And if you understand the basic foundation of your belief system, it provides a very clear roadmap on routes you will not take. And it provides you an opportunity to understand where you might be able to see common grounds to give a little bit. But you got to start with what you must do and what you're not willing to do. And I think a lot of people come into these discussions and negotiations and policy moments, and they either don't really have a view of what's most important to get done, or they are so wedded to their answer being the only answer that in a world where if you don't get there, you get nothing done. And I view both of those as shortcomings in delivering what we're elected to do, which is to deliver results. So I was very clear up front of the things that I really wanted to do and the things that I was not going to do. And the reality is, in education, we were going to restore parents' rights. It was critically important. We were going to make sure that we reestablished excellence in education. Virginia had historically had the highest standards for thresholds of literacy proficiency and math proficiency in the nation. And over the course of 8 years of leadership from the other party, they had been diminished, and Virginia was now last, which means they had to get fewer questions on tests right to be deemed proficient. And that resulted in just a complete mismatch between what state tests were telling families about their children. Could they read and write in third grade or not? And that was just a huge moment for me. I said, we're going to do this, and we're going to find a way to do it. I also firmly believe that teachers were underpaid, but I wanted to put in avenues to pay the best teachers, and it's something I was never able to get done. It's one of the things that I believe strongly, that there should be a merit-based bonus or increase associated with the best teachers, and the folks on the other side would never let me do that. So we ended up with substantial raises for teachers, but never based on merit, which I was frustrated by. I strongly believe that not every child in America needs to go to college. And in fact, it's, I think, one of the great policy mishaps of our generation, where we have de-emphasized the need for students to actually learn the skilled trades and really to get skills as opposed to just a piece of paper. And so we opened up vast avenues for students to get credentials and certificates. And today in Virginia, 90% of high school graduates graduate with an industry-recognized credential or certificate, so they can go to work right away. Hugely important. I strongly believed that safety in the classroom was critical. And they had taken out all of the school resource officers out of schools. And so I told them, I'm putting them back. And if we have a problem with me putting them back, it's going to be a major budget issue for me. And I was able to get that into the budget to fund school resource officers back into every school in Virginia. And then finally, I strongly felt that cell phones were a fundamental challenge to academic performance, students' behavioral health, and safety in the classroom. We had so many drug deals going on and stuff were going through people's cell phones. And so in our third year, we went to work to get the cell phones out of classrooms. And I have to say, that was far less of a bipartisan negotiation, and it was far more of we did the work, I issued an executive order, and then I went and sold it to Virginians as hard as I could. Lo and behold, the next legislative session, Democrat-led Senate actually introduced a cell phone ban that was exactly like my executive order. So they came along with us.
So the theme of this summit, this is all about civility and democracy. I want to talk about personal relationships in Richmond, and I want to talk about how was it that you managed to maintain a theme of civility. Elbows were being thrown. These were very sharp disagreements in 2021, 2022 about what our schools should be doing, about some important culture issues, about reopening after COVID. How did you manage to throw elbows and take elbows back while at the same time maintaining the relationships that were necessary to grease the skids of bipartisan cooperation and consensus?
Well, let me just put it in context. When I was inaugurated, Virginia had been closed effectively since the beginning of COVID. My predecessor had shut schools, shut small businesses, shut churches. They had masked up all the kids, and that was what I stepped into in January of 2022. In fact, Virginia was 47th in the nation, 46th, 47th in the nation in getting our schools back open. And so I stepped into that, plus I stepped into a rising incidence of COVID. And yet we knew that we had to do something different. And I had a great medical advisory team, and with folks from Hopkins and all the Virginia health services. And we concluded that we were going to allow parents to decide whether their child wore a mask to school, make sure everything was open, and remove the emergency executive order that my predecessor had in place, which had all kinds of ramifications that were detrimental to the recovery of Virginia. And that was not popular. And in fact, the other side was very, very angry that I was doing this. And I started out doing it through executive order because we needed to have it done. We had court challenges. We actually won a seminal case in Loudoun County that enabled my executive order to stand on masks. And yet, I also went to work to reach across the aisle. And I found 3 senators on the other side of the aisle that were Democrats who shared these views. And so we went to work together in crafting legislation. And the balance in the House and the Senate at the time, we were 2 votes down in the Senate. So it just took 2 votes, and then the lieutenant governor could break a tie. And so we only needed 2, and we got 3. And then finally, we went on the road. And I just brought it to Virginians. And we ran town halls and Parents Matter forums and spent an enormous amount of time educating the public. This is why we're doing what we're doing. This is the science behind what we're doing. And we think this is the right thing to do. And the combination of all of those steps, one, stepping in boldly and saying this is what we're going to do, working across the aisle, and educating the public really resulted in landmark legislation that enabled us to pass bills that codified everything that I had done through executive order. And yes, it was on a bipartisan basis.
I want to ask about something that I don't think got as much attention as it should have, and that's the Partnership for Petersburg. This is a story about setting aside political partisanship and, frankly, a governor and elected official putting a lot of political capital into a region of the state that had not voted for and was not going to vote for his political party, at least not for the foreseeable future. You got 14% of the vote in Petersburg, which I think might be a high for a Republican.
Probably more than I thought.
In the 21st century. The theme of this summit today is let us act together. And to me, the Partnership for Petersburg is exactly an example of how we can do that effectively. So can you just start by talking a little bit about how did this partnership come about? Yeah. Why did you invest so much political capital and time and attention in Petersburg, Virginia?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. So we were worried coming out of COVID, really, literally February, March of 2022. And what we saw was a large population in Petersburg. And Petersburg is a city that's about 40 minutes outside of Richmond. It had been a vibrant community that's majority black in the 60s and 70s, and it had just basically fallen away. And I was always struck by the fact that we have 133 jurisdictions in Virginia, municipalities and counties, and Petersburg always ranked kind of in the bottom 2 or 3 in health outcomes, life expectancy, crime rates, graduation rates, you pick it. And they were really struggling because the community had kind of been left behind. And so I went and did a town hall with the mayor, who was a Democrat. And I said to Sam, hey, I'd love to come and do a listening session to understand what's happening in Petersburg, particularly when it comes to healthcare, because there was just a massive healthcare problem. And as I listened, what I heard was a community that had really almost learned hopelessness and just expected for no one to help and expected bad outcomes. And was a bit angry about that, but almost more resigned to it. And so the mayor and I ended up going to work on this concept of a partnership for Petersburg. And I approached him and I said, listen, this is what I want to do. I want to see if we can comprehensively transform Petersburg. And it's going to require a lot of work. And I'm willing to do it, and my entire cabinet and our agencies and departments are up for it. And so we basically wrote a business plan around 6 pillars: public safety, healthcare outcomes, education outcomes, job development, transportation, and community building. And each one of these pillars, we had anywhere between 5 and 10 initiatives that would directly move those issues. And we made each one of the initiative have multiple owners. Somebody from the city of Petersburg, a private or nonprofit partner, and somebody from state government. And we wrote this plan out, and in August of 2022, we launched it with a huge event in their library. It seemed like everybody in Petersburg was there, but I particularly invited all the media. And then I forced everybody to sign a contract. And we went through in a long, some might say pedantic moment, and I forced everybody to sign up to the objectives that they had set and to talk about them. And off we went. And some of the initiatives didn't work as well. Others were hugely successful. But as you fast forward with adding new initiatives, what I saw in Petersburg was not a city that was taking handouts, but a city that was actually just taking a hand up. And the confidence in the city began to really grow. And then you start seeing measures, literally like $2 billion of economic commitments to grow. A police force that went from being 75% understaffed to fully staffed, to murder rates that went down by 60 and 70%, to high school graduation rates that improved, to job growth, to having record number of housing starts, to their bond rating being increased. And all of a sudden you can see that transformation, delivering as a public service, a public servant, is not about passing a bill. What it was about was empowering an entire community to have confidence that they can do it together. And that was extraordinary. I do think that this is what's really fun is, as I was stepping out, Secretary Turner in the Trump administration stepped into my role. And he came down and we did kind of a baton handoff. And I said, hey, would you mind continuing to look after Petersburg? And he's done exactly that. And there's been a number of initiatives that have been done in partnership with Secretary Kennedy, a number of initiatives done in partnership with Housing and Urban Development, and the city continues to motor along.
In his opening remarks, Fred Ryan referenced the relationship that President Reagan and Speaker Tip O'Neill famously had. In 2011, President Obama referred to them as two men of Irish stock, quick wit, and no small amount of fighting spirit. Is that kind of relationship still possible in politics, or should we just look at it as a relic of a bygone era?
Yeah, it's hard. And let me just, I was always jealous of governors that had Republican-controlled legislatures because they could get everything done. Like they all of a sudden tax relief became something that they were deciding how much tax relief as opposed to just can I get tax relief, or passing educational freedom accounts. And introducing universal school choice was just a matter of when, not if. And so I was always very envious of governors who had Republican-controlled senates and houses. The flip side is what it did require me to do was tap into every ounce of relational skill that I could possibly come up with, including dispatching my wife, who's beloved. Suzanne was an amazing first lady, and we wanted to get a fentanyl bill passed. And I wanted to turn, if you deal fentanyl knowingly and it kills somebody, I wanted you charged with a felony homicide. And it got blocked every year in the General Assembly. And finally, I brought out my secret weapon and I sent my wife over to she never lobbied for anything, but she really engaged on this front. And lo and behold, she was able to get felony manslaughter out of them, and I couldn't get anything. So there's a moment here where sometimes you have to use different tacks. But the acrimony has clearly increased. And I won't name names, this will be a kind of a Chatham House rules thing, but I mean, I sat down with leadership on the other side and would have what I would call a Matthew 18 moment. Somebody will have said something that I really found offensive, and rather than tweet out a response, I would ask them to sit down and visit. And the kinds of things that I heard back from the other side were really disheartening. Why would you say such a cruel thing? Well, Governor, you're the best governor we've ever had, but in order for me to keep my job, I have to say those things. Okay, I think I actually respect you less now than when we started. Why can't we, in fact, pick a topic and find agreement on it? Well, my party really doesn't want you to be successful, and so we've got to work hard to block some of the things you want to do. That's unfortunately the reality today. And we've got to find a way to break through on really important stuff. I mean, right now, the SAVE Act. I mean, the vast majority of Americans, Democrats and Republicans want this thing passed. And yet we're struggling to get it passed because it's a Republican initiative in the Democrats' minds. And we just got to step back, and I just actually saw a couple Democrat senators step across the aisle and say this is important to do. That's a huge breakthrough. The federal Student Choice Act, which is a tax-driven act that was in the One Big Beautiful Bill, enables universal school choice. It requires governors to sign up for it. And guess what? Republican governors have signed up, and only one Democrat governor has signed up. And in fact, Governor Polis in Colorado, who signed up, his successor has already said he's going to take Colorado out of it. Why? Because it's a President Trump's administration thing? That is just the wrong way to think about this. It's good for students. And so we've got to find I hate to say it, but find our better angels here a little bit and recognize that we're elected to get stuff done. And sometimes compromise is viewed as a four-letter word. And we can't compromise our core principles. But there are moments where there are things that are just clearly good to do, and we got to find a way to get them done.
I asked you earlier what you took from your business career into your time in Richmond. I want to turn it around. What did you take from your time in Richmond into this post-gubernatorial act of your business and philanthropic career? What did you learn as governor that you're carrying with you?
First and foremost, that you can't have simple answers. And I said this with government, but it also is true in business. And routinely, I have folks sit down and say, if we just did this, then this business initiative will be successful. And the reality is, again, you need manufacturing and you need sales and aftermarket support and customer service. So you've got to think about things in a comprehensive way. I think second of all is in business, we oftentimes don't agree holistically with the people that we are doing business with. And that's either a customer or a supplier or a partner. And we've got to recognize that we can make progress on the things that are most important, and we should just identify those. But we also have to delineate the kind of no-go areas or the must-have areas. And once again, recognizing what they are and being transparent in what they are up front is always really, really helpful. And then I think finally, and I think we can, you don't have to be disagreeable to disagree. And there's just a moment here where, listen, I will get red-faced about a policy issue or an initiative, and I had lots of red-faced moments during my time as governor. But there's just a moment where you got to draw a line. And I had a great aide in that, my wife, who would always say, you know, we're going to treat people with respect. And she was a really good governor for me because you get emotional sometimes on these topics. But whether you're in government or business, the goal is to advance, not to stagnate. And therefore, sometimes you've got to find ways to bring other people along with you. Sometimes you can do it on your own. But at the end of the day, you've got to advance. Because if we find ourselves sitting stagnant, then we're not fulfilling the responsibilities that have been bestowed to us.
What a great note to end on. Governor Youngkin, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Fred Ryan.
Thank you. Hope you've been enjoying things so far. A couple of great conversations from a very well-respected, accomplished governor and a justice of the Supreme Court, and more to come. I've been looking forward to this part because we're delighted to have the Stavros Niarchos Foundation as the exclusive sponsor of the Reagan Summit on Civility and Democracy. And as you may know, SNF is one of the largest and most impactful foundations in the world, supporting philanthropic efforts across America and around the globe. And it's our pleasure today to have a conversation with the man who leads this very important foundation, co-president Andreas Dracopoulos. Andreas, good morning.
Good
I know it's a little later in the day there than it is here, but we're delighted to have you join us. And we appreciate all the work that we're doing with you in partnership, and including this forum on civility and democracy. And we're especially interested in your work in civility and democracy. But first, I thought maybe we could talk a little bit about the breadth of work that the SNF Foundation does, because it's so unique in that respect. Many philanthropies think in terms of individual problems, but under your leadership, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation seems to invest in strengthening entire ecosystems. And that's a difference in strategy from other philanthropies. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yes, first of all, thank you. Thank you for having us. thank you also for the, as you said, for the great collaboration. And thank you for joining us at our Nostos conference last month. It seems like a long time ago. It was only a month ago. But thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
And I always thank our founder, Stavros Niarchos, because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to do what we are doing, as he was the one who endowed the foundation. And we started upon his passing away 30 years ago, seems like yesterday. And it's been 30 years full of grant-making activities. We have been to 137 countries around the world. We have a very wide agenda, which is if we can help improve the world even a bit, even piece by piece, we are happy to do it. We have our four main areas: education, health and sports, arts and culture, and social welfare. So you can see that any project can come easily under one of these areas. And we say we're open for business 7/24 in terms of accepting proposals. Of course, we have our own budget constraints, but we try to help, and we have a very wide variety of grantee partners, and it's important that we view all of our grantees as our partners during these 30 years, and I think that's a very important aspect of what we do.
Well, I know your work, it spans healthcare, education, journalism, culture, sports, mental health, and democracy around the world. And I was wondering and you've made these thousands of grants to so many important organizations. After seeing these organizations, are there characteristics that you have noticed that distinguish organizations from those that can have impact and make lasting change versus those who can't? And is there a certain lane that's really become your favorite?
I would say it's not a science per se. Of course, you have to use data. Of course, you have to do your homework. But the beauty of it is that you have to really depend a bit on your EQ and your human judgment. It's not an easy job to say yes or to say no. And I think part of I wouldn't call it, I would say part of our success in terms of impact has been that we haven't been afraid to take risks. And what do I mean by that? By accepting to help projects that, if you look at them from a scientific or from a data perspective per se, one might say, well, it's too risky, is there a real impact? So to go back, it's all about people. It's all about the human beings behind these projects. Who brings the idea? Are they passionate? Do they work hard? Are they ethical? And then we do most of the work at that point. And if we are comfortable that the people who are going to become our partners are passionate, ethical, hardworking, and they have a good idea, we usually go with it because I think it's worth the risk. I'm sure we may have made mistakes along the way. It's been 30 years, but I'm proud of the fact that we were not afraid to take risks in terms of trying to help our fellow human beings.
And I know in these relationships you emphasize listening to the person who is making the proposal rather than prescribing the solution. And I was wondering, has there been a conversation or a partnership you've had where an unexpected lesson has been learned in the process of making that grant that's helped guide you as you shape the future of the foundation?
I would say we try, and not only we try, we do stay humble. And in terms of, there's no perfect way to do it. And I think every time we get a proposal, we're humble in terms of trying to learn also from our partners. And I think it's this mutual respect that really forms a real partnership. So I wouldn't say that I have one or two, special examples, but it's an ongoing way of establishing the partnerships and then going together and trying to have the best impact.
Well, you mentioned the SNF Nostos conference in Athens, and I was very honored, fortunate to be able to be there, and it was amazing. The participants, the speakers, the subject areas were just world-class. And the theme was humanity at the core. And I was wondering, why did you choose that theme? And what do you hope people took away from the conference?
So the theme was basically what we have on our mission logo, which is more than a logo. It's what we do. It's whatever. I mean, we put all of our focus on humanity and trying to actually support humanity. We live in challenging times, and as you saw, we had a few sessions on AI, and I worry a bit. I'm on the camp that I mean, there are a lot of things that are going to be good with AI, but I think we have to be careful as a human society, as a global human society, on how to make sure that we actually protect our own humanity, and how do we make sure, and many others have said that AI is going to basically serve humanity and not the other way around. And I'm not so sure that we are there yet. I'm not so sure that we are ready to do that. Again, as a human society, this is beyond politics. This is beyond where you live. I see it as a human society. So humanity at the core is our mission, and I think now that has become in a more focused way because of what's happening with AI, and trying to figure out what are the best ways to make sure that, again, as a human society, we can absorb all the good stuff, we can make sure that we get all the benefits, but at the same time, we make sure that we actually protect from some challenges that may come with AI.
Well, the AI part of the program was very interesting. It was great to see you in the forefront of this. As you know, Vasily, Casey, and Jaden are here today, and they worked very hard, I know, along with the rest of your team, to put Nostos on. So my question for you, is there another Nostos coming? Have you decided yet?
So Nostos, which basically means homecoming, it's something which we always think about. And we had our first one back in 2012. And the idea then was to do something because Greece was getting into a very bad crisis. And we figured out that there was a real need for such get-togethers, for people to engage. So we started doing it every year, and then we did it throughout COVID. We had one which was virtual, and then we took a break 2 years ago because it was simply too much. I mean, it takes so much time and so much effort and funding and everything. But and this year was a special one because it was for the 30 years. So in the first weeks when we were all really exhausted, we say no more, and then as the weeks go by, we start to think about the next one. So we don't have a set date. Maybe we maybe we do it in 2 years, but it's all very fresh, and we're still trying to digest all the good things that came out of Nostos last month, and all the lessons that we can learn, and all the collaborations, and all the what we call connecting the dots, and getting ideas from, again, our partners. So it's constantly evolving.
Well, you have so many people from so many countries and so many different organizations coming together for that. I can't think of another gathering that comes close. As I mentioned at the beginning, this, of course, forum is on civility and strengthening our democracy. And healthy democracies depend on more than just elections. They depend on strong civic institutions, voluntary associations, and engaged citizens. Why, in your view, is civil society such an important pillar of democracy?
I think it's an interesting fact that even the idea that we have to make sure that we talk, and we put it on the title, talking about civility and talking about democracy, I think highlights the needs that we have, again, as a society, to really focus on these things. And these are notions that we used to take for granted. And I think it's a good wake-up call for all of us that, you don't have democracy, you do democracy. You don't have civility, you do civility. These are choices that each one of us makes every day. And I think, it's, again, these are very challenging times. And I think we have to make sure that we actually protect our own humanity. And protect our own democracy and protect our own civility, which are parts of our humanity. So it's it's almost sad that we have to make sure that, hey guys, we have to talk about democracy, we have to talk about civility, but it is what it is, and one can see it as an opportunity to reboot and refocus on the positives that come with democracy and with being human. And I think in terms of like, engaging, we need to engage. You can talk about the social media, the AI or whatever, but at the source of it, humans, we are here to engage. And I think the best way out is to engage. And I think this is a good point to say, to pay tribute to the legacy of President Reagan. And it was important for me too, because when I came as an immigrant many decades ago, it was during President Reagan's tenure. So it was back in 1982, and it was amazing. I mean, for me, it was a time which was associated with like hope and with inspiration. And I think that was really, a special time. So we need that again. We need to be inspired. We need to hope. Young people need to be inspired, and I think that's very important. And that's why we need to engage the young people more and more. It's not about patronizing them, and it's not about telling them you have to learn from us, because we do the same with our own interns. And I always say, thank you for joining us. And it's not that you're going to learn from us. We're going to learn from you too. And, again, challenging times need all of us to step up. And I think the young people, they have to engage earlier than what we used to do, because life is faster, life is more complicated. And with ownership, owning your own future, it's an amazing opportunity, but also you learn about accountability, responsibility, and all the good stuff that comes with like true democracy and true civility, and the importance of institutions. Again, it's something which, if you think about it, I mean, I grew up in Greece. I came to America to go to college, and that's where I live. But it's interesting because in institutions, again, we take them for granted. There's no other place in the whole world that has this real web. You talk about the web. The real web of life is the web of institutions in America. You don't find that anywhere else in the world. And we do take it for granted. And we have to be careful. We have to be careful that we actually respect them. We nurture them. Yes, they're going to go through bad times. Again, it's all about people, politics. We live in a polarizing world. But again, I was very happy to read about the survey you did back in April, where I think it said that more than half, 51%, they really want our politicians to work harder to find common solutions, which reminds me of Ronald Reagan. You can have differences, you can have strong beliefs, but you have to engage and you have to be civil about it. So it's all good,
Well,
despite the challenges.
Well, I know you're in Greece right now, and Greece is the birthplace of democracy, and you came to the United States, you became an American. And I would just ask, as a Greek American or someone who knows the world, the United States has just passed our 250th anniversary. What unique contributions do you think America has made to the broader story of democracy?
There are so many, but again, if I had to, being an American, again, we should not take it for granted. It's not that you are an American only, it's the way you live, it's a way of life. And, sometimes because of politics, even these notions, they get challenged. But I'm very proud to be an American because of what America is to the world. Again, I go back to Ronald Reagan because he really shaped me when I was young. And he was talking about basically making the world great again, which of course it entails making America great again. But he had this inspiration. And when you are a leader, when you have the power, that's how I believe you have to use it. You have to share, you have to give the good example, and you have to lead. So, it started in Greece. we are now, 250th birthday. Let's not forget the Declaration of Independence talks about the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. And the happiness, which used to be property, which used to be personal happiness, I think it reflects more on the civil well-being, and that's what makes us human, also. So it's even more than talking about democracy. It's talking about humanity.
Well, and as you mentioned, Ronald Reagan was optimistic. Some people view optimism as being naive, but both President Reagan and SNF seem to approach difficult challenges having confidence in people's capacity to solve them. So what does optimism mean to you as a leader?
Optimism means that, number one, you never give up. Number two, that you work hard and you give it all you have every day. That it's important to handle success. Everybody talks about handling failure. And I think it's equally difficult and important to handle success. You don't become arrogant, and you continue to basically do your part in this overall collaboration. You talked about philanthropy. I mean, it used to be that governments would take care of all problems. Then the private sector came in. There are some people who actually believed that the private sector can do all of it on its own. We don't need governments. I'm a big believer we need everybody. We need a healthy government. We need a healthy private sector. Philanthropy comes, as the small leg on the stool, but it can play an important role in terms of, being fast, taking risks. So again, it's all about leading everybody and inspiring everybody to do what they think is the best way for them to contribute towards democracy, towards civility, towards humanity. And I know I keep saying these words, but they are important, and we cannot take them for granted.
Well, Andreas, we appreciate your making time today remotely. I hope next year we can have you here in person. But I
Sure.
would, if you have time for one final
Yeah.
question, I just wanted to say if every student leaves this forum with just one lesson from today's conversation, one idea that shapes how they may lead on their campus or in their careers or in their communities, what would you hope that lesson would be?
I would hope that, I mean, again, in very few words, do the right thing, give it the best you have every day, and I would also say, trust but verify.
Great, great way to end this conversation, Andreas. Thank you for
Thank you.
supporting this. Thank you for making time to join us today.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. And congratulations.
Gentlemen, welcome to our next panel, Becoming Better Rivals, Sports as a Unifier. Please welcome moderator Dr. Laura Brown of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Center on Civility and Democracy and our distinguished panelists.
So, hello everyone. It's wonderful to have you here, and I hope you had a wonderful lunch thinking a little bit about sportsmanship and rivalry. We are here to have, I think, what's going to be an incredible conversation that digs into these concepts and principles. So let me introduce you to our incredible panel. I'm going to start with the furthest from me. That would be Seth Hendricks. So that you know, he graduated the University of Texas, and he graduated from their business school. He's soon to be starting at Dimension Fund Advisors in Austin, Texas. But the thing that sort of brings him here today was he was also a Beta Upsilon Chi fraternity member, and through that became the president of Silver Spurs. And for those of you who don't know, the Silver Spurs are the ones who bring that Longhorn Bull onto the actual field in football games and around the state for other sporting events. So please welcome Seth. Then we have his rival, Jake Carter, who went to Texas A&M. He actually graduated from the School of Business. He is now here in Washington working at Pinkston. And one of the things that I think is amazing about Jake is that he not only was selected a student commencement speaker, but he was also selected as a Yell leader and became the head Yell leader for the Aggies in his senior year. So, welcome, Jake. And then we come to his fellow Texas A&M alumnus, Randy Bond. Randy was actually a walk-on in his sophomore year, 3-year starting kicker. So I think it's pretty amazing. Not only did he walk on, made the starting squad, but he spent 3 years doing incredible sort of competition at Texas A&M. He got his Bachelor's of Science in Aerospace Engineering, and he's now working on a Master's in Engineering and hoping to pursue a career in the UFL. So we are hopeful he's going to make the transition. And as I've said, and as you may hear, Sam Acho, our other ringer, may have some ideas about how he can help him get on to the next. So, Randy. Sam Acho, I imagine many of you know and recognize. He is a decorated NFL, former NFL player, a current analyst for ESPN, played for the Cardinals and the Bears. He also was at the University of Texas, and where he was a defensive end from 2006 to 2010. He, I think, graduated, right, in the top 10 career sacks, fumbles, and recovery records. So Sam is incredibly knowledgeable, not just about rivalries at the collegiate level, but also at the professional level. And I think that's going to make this conversation really interesting. So welcome, Sam. So where I wanted to start today is just to say a few words about sportsmanship generally. I think some of you may have seen, last month, right, the joy that New Yorkers had when they were celebrating the Knicks. It had been their first championship in 53 years. It's really incredible. And one of the things many of you may have witnessed on social media and on the news was sort of New Yorkers just spontaneously erupting on the subway, in the streets, dancing, celebrating. And this is one of the things about sports. It brings us together. We obviously saw that in the World Cup. We saw it, I was a devoted fan of watching the World Baseball Classic. I will tell you that was another tremendous set of competitions and games. And I think one of the things that we should remember is that sports just isn't always about those high-profile games or moments or championships. They happen every day, right, on sort of little league, baseball diamonds. They're on soccer pitches. They are all over the country. People are either engaged in playing, watching, rooting, and sort of thinking about sports. It's very much, I think, a part of the American experience. And I do think that one of the great parts about it is when we root for a team, we sort of move out of our maybe partisan identity and we move into kind of a team identity. And we root for teams, oftentimes geographically, and we find a level of collegiality with people that we may never relate to in any other walk of life. And I think that's extraordinary. It's also incredible how much we respect our opponents and our rivals, right? There's a sense that if you do something disrespectful, unsportsmanlike, you are not just sort of ruining the moment, but in fact, you are dishonoring the game, the legacy which has been kind of bestowed to the current players. So I think there's a lot in sports that is really quite extraordinary, and I think it offers a roadmap for our civic renewal. If we could understand that sports in its rule-based competition really does mimic some of our civic architecture of what a democracy looks like and how it operates. And then we could understand that sportsmanship is much like civility. It tells us how we're supposed to behave. So with that, I just wanted to kind of lay those tracks, and I'm going to ask our sort of two resident super fans from Texas and Texas A&M to tell us a little bit about what rivalry means to them, what the rivalry in Texas is all about, and maybe you could also just share kind of what inspired you to get engaged really as this kind of, in some ways, a student athlete, in other ways, sort of, like I said, this super fan, and I think in other ways as somebody who is respecting and honoring the legacy of your universities. So let me start with Seth and Jake.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you so much for the introduction, and thank all of you guys for being here. It means a lot to get to sit up in front of you guys. This rivalry is awesome. So it's Texas versus Texas A&M, and within the state of Texas, this is the biggest rivalry that there is. For those of you that don't know, we didn't get to play A&M for a long time. There was a long period of time where Texas was in the Big 12 and A&M was in the SEC. And so we had these two big public universities in Texas, both of which have big claims of being the best school in Texas, and I think in many ways both of them are, that never got to actually meet each other in any sort of competition. And so as of 2 years ago, Texas joins the SEC, and we're now able to play A&M again. And with this rivalry, it happens on Black Friday every single year. And so even that adds a whole nother level of everyone's on break, everybody can make it to the game, so it's really fun. And a lot of the Texas kids stay within the state to go to one of these universities. They're both great public universities, and so getting to go to either of them is a privilege and it's a gift. And so a lot of the kids in Texas stay at those schools. And so you'll go to Thanksgiving on Thursday, and you'll be sitting with your family or extended family, and even within that table right there, there probably are several UT graduates and A&M graduates. And then less than 24 hours later, you guys meet in this head-to-head game, whether it's in College Station or Austin. And so it's just this big spectacle, and it's so fun. What I got to do within that rivalry, I think, was one of my favorite experiences that I will ever get to have, and that's getting to serve as the Silver Spurs president. And what we do is we take care of Bevo, who's our mascot. He's a big steer, he's a longhorn, and we take him to all of our home games. And with this past season being in Austin, we got to bring Bevo to that game. And so we go out to the ranch real early in the morning. We get Bevo all ready. We've got to clean him up, make sure that he looks good for all of the pictures, all of the parades and everything. We'll load him up in the trailer. We do get a police escort as we drive through Austin, and that's always really cool. All the fans line the street and they cheer as we drive by. Everyone's excited to see him. And we finally get to the game, and it's this cool moment where even though there might be A&M fans, there might be UT fans, everyone just thinks the tradition is so cool and wants to come and take pictures with the mascot. And we take pictures with A&M fans, UT fans, or any other school that might be represented in any of the games that we play. And so it just represents the longstanding love for Texas that we all have. And in this game where I so badly want to beat A&M every single year, I grew up in a small town in Texas, and a lot of my buddies go to A&M, and nothing gets at me more than whenever they beat us and they can let me hear about it. But at the end of the day, there is so much respect between these two schools. I think both the schools are extremely devoted to maintaining a degree of excellence, to where I know that if me as a UT student were to do something that reflected poorly on my school, I would be really embarrassed about that, because the standard has been set before me by guys like Sam and so many others that came before all of us. And that's a degree of excellence that our generation has sought to uphold, and I hope that we pass the torch well for other people to handle it too.
That's awesome. Well, first off, going back to the New York Knicks, we're both from San Antonio, so that one really hurt, but we won't talk about it anymore. So my dad actually went to the University of Texas, and I have a twin sister. Shout out to my sister Maddie, and we're both first-generation Aggies to go to A&M, and that was a big deal. And he actually encouraged both of us to actually attend A&M, and just playing off what Seth just said, like that's a big deal within the state of Texas. And all different rivalries have their different stereotypes and poke fun at each other. And for this one, it was kind of like the good old boys at A&M, agricultural, mechanical school, using their hands to get dirty, versus more of the preppy, more put-together school in Austin. And so it's kind of been this back and forth of like, who represents Texas like at its core? Because as Texans, we have a lot of pride for our state, and especially within this rivalry. And so it was so cool to be a part of that and to be a part of bringing it back. Like for us, I mean, we just graduated, and the rivalry ended in 2012, but it was still very much alive. So being a part of the committee that brought it back, like I didn't truly understand or grasp how much this meant to Texas until the night before the game. So as a Yell leader, for those of y'all who don't know, which probably most of y'all don't, it's 5 students from A&M, 3 seniors and 2 juniors, who are selected by the student body. And we serve about 400 events a year in Texas and around the nation, even the world, as ambassadors for the university. And we do something called yells, which is like weird hand motions to the crowd, and they yell in accordance in correspondence with our hand signals, and it just provides this like electric atmosphere in Kyle Field. And so the night before, we have something called yell practice. There's a lot of terminology for Texas A&M, and it's the night before where it's this really cool tradition where Aggies and even fans from the opposing team come, and it's kind of like a pep rally, and we'll like make fun of the other team through fables. We'll practice our yells, do our school song, and etc. And that night, it was the second biggest one in the history of A&M. And this rivalry has been going on for over 100 years. And there was over 65,000 people that night. And I remember walking into that stadium, going to speak in front of all those people, and I was just like, wow, this is just incredible. And it really put into perspective how important this rivalry is to the state of Texas.
That's great. And Randy, you can chime in, and please share a little bit too about maybe how the rivalry changed you.
Yeah, I mean, so my dad went to Texas A&M, and so I've been hearing stories about Texas A&M, all the traditions growing up. And, but like I never truly experienced that game because it went away in 2012. And so it was really cool being on the team that, like, where it came back again. There were so many different things. Like, I think most of our team didn't really grasp how, like, big a deal that was. I mean, like, most of the players from both teams are from somewhere in Texas, so they know each other very well. And so, yeah, it was, one thing that I remember was that Yale practice that he was talking about. I don't remember the last time the football team went to Yale practice just because we have like meetings and go to the hotel and stuff. But that night we made an effort to go to Yale practice. I remember going on the field and like our 12th man was talking and stuff, and we just see, like look up in the stands, and it's like the night before the game, and like that whole student section is full with people. And so that was just like incredible experience. And I think just like most of the team, without the knowledge of like playing in that game before, we knew it was big, but we didn't really realize how big it was. And so it was really cool on game day, coming out of our locker room, just the energy was electric. Like I've never experienced running out of that tunnel like that before. Yeah, you could tell that like the energy, and it was at night, the energy in the stadium was different. Like I've never heard, very few times have I heard our stadium of 100,000 people louder than that when we ran out. It was quite the incredible experience, and I think like once we ran out on that field, I was like, wow, this is really something different. This is like, we had our other rival is LSU, and like none of the games against them were anything like that. And yeah, so that was like an incredible experience, being part of the first game that came back, and thankfully it was in College Station, so that was really fun. But yeah, even at Texas, I mean, like Jake mentioned, like we as Aggies talk about it all the time that we want to be Texas. We feel like they don't say that as much over there because they think they're too good for it, I guess. But yeah, it was pretty incredible going over there and like realizing, oh wow, they really care about this too. This is a huge deal. I remember walking into their stadium before the game, and their entire student section was full, and they were yelling at us like overrated and stuff because we were 11-0. Unfortunately, we lost the game, so maybe it was true. But yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, they're already here. They're like yelling at us, and we're literally just walking to get to the locker room. Like we don't have no gear on, anything like that. And so that was like a big experience too. And they obviously have 100,000 people in their stadium as well. And so that was an incredible experience.
And Sam, you were there before the rivalry left.
Yeah, so I got a chance to, well, first of all, it's been great to hear just the perspectives of everyone on the stage and even how cordial everyone has been. I'm a little bit surprised by that. You said both schools are good? I'm like, where are we going with this? But I got a chance to go to the University of Texas, and I played in the game all 4 years at Texas. And I remember showing up as a freshman, 18 years old, and I grew up in Dallas. I wasn't the biggest college football fan. My Saturday afternoons were mainly spent watching cartoons, not watching college football. But I would always grow up hearing these Aggie jokes. I didn't know what an Aggie was. I just heard Aggie jokes, right? How many Aggies does it take to do X or Y or Z? No offense. Not yet. But I ended up going to Texas, and the great thing about what you're hearing on the stage is that all these students, and even student athletes, for the most part, they get a chance to choose their school. Unlike in the NFL, I played 9 years in the NFL, you get drafted to a team, you don't get a chance to pick. But all these student athletes, they could have gone to Texas or to Texas A&M. Could have gone to Oklahoma, LSU, but they're getting a chance to choose based off of maybe it's like the best place they can go and perform for the long term, maybe it's because of family ties, et cetera. And so I played in that game. I remember showing up as a freshman and being honestly a little bit afraid of the players at A&M. I mean, they were big and fast and strong, and I'm an 18-year-old kid trying to figure it all out, and they're yelling and screaming, and I remember going into Kyle Field and being like, dude, what is this? It was the loudest place, even in my 9-year NFL career, loudest place I'd ever played. Unbelievable. And the next year, we ended up losing that game my freshman year and was devastated. I didn't play, but I was still devastated. And then sophomore year, we came back and we, beat them my sophomore year. Didn't play, but I was happy. Junior year, we go to Kyle Field. And you got to think, like, as soon as the game ends, and I don't know, Seth maybe mentioned it, all your friends and family, they talk about it for the rest of the year. Nonstop. So if you win, it's like, even now, people say, what's your record versus A&M, right? I was 2-2, unfortunately, right? But like that junior year, I remember being like this far from my teammate, probably even closer, and I could not hear what they were saying. That's how loud the stadium was. And our coaches prepared us for it because throughout the week in practice, they actually would play their, I think y'all call it, I say it's a fight song. They call it something different. I don't know what y'all call it.
We call it the Aggie War Hymn.
The Aggie War Hymn. All these, it's a fight song, right? It's a fight song. Everybody got fight songs. And they would play this fight song in our locker room at practice. They would blare it so loud. And still to this day, I still remember it. I have it memorized. It's like etched in my memory. But the reason they did that, it was almost this feeling of, hey, do you want to hear them yell and scream when they score a touchdown? No, so keep them off the field, right? And so thankfully we did. We won that year. But then my senior year, we lost. And it was so honestly, as I was preparing for this event, I went back and watched some highlights of the game. And I was getting so sad because I got stiff armed by this guy named Cyrus Gray in the fourth quarter. It felt like I was back there. I went back and listened to their fight song, and it brought me back to the locker room. And so when we talk about rivalry in sports, but also when it comes to like our communities and politics, there's such a great opportunity to have a mutual respect for one another, but also want to try to win. And so my experience when we played the game was, my last year we ended up losing. Thankfully, the next year we won, and I would say kicked them out of the Big 12. Maybe that's not how it happened. But there's just beauty of the game, beauty of sportsmanship, and beauty of rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, I think so much of that resonates with what we're trying to get to, right? Which is this sense that rivalries actually make you better. When you have a great competition, in fact, you end up having a better game. You don't want to beat someone who's not very good. It's not fun. Like you kind of, So I think one of the things that we always want when we're thinking about, our civic space and our democracy is obviously everyone wants to win. That's okay. That's pluralism. That's democracy at its finest. But the truth is there's also sort of engagement around winning the right way, around acknowledging when someone else has actually bested you. And I think there is just a general level of respect that sports teaches. And so maybe you could share a little bit about what you learned about sportsmanship, how it played into your sort of life, both on and off the field, and then sort of how you saw your opponents. Because, I think the most profound thing about sports is you have a 2-2 record against A&M. What does that mean? You got to keep playing them. And the sad part with sort of where we've gone in our politics is there's this idea that if you finally just break the fever, right, you finally trounce the opponent, they're never coming back. Well, you don't want them to never come back. You want to have an iterative game in perpetuity over and over so everyone can continue to be part of the competition.
Yeah, and it's the beauty of the game. You could also argue the beauty of politics, or even think about governing society, right? We love America. I love football. We love sport. And so it's funny, if you say politics, in my mind, I'm like, I don't love, quote unquote, politics. There's these negative connotations that can come with it. And so as I was preparing for this, I got a chance to chat with a buddy of mine named Edward, who is in the political space, and he loves it. And he started helping me understand that the same way that I love football and want people to play the game and play Texas and play A&M, it's the same way that someone maybe use the word politics loves our country, right? Like the way I love the sports, I love the country in the same way. So what if we got a chance to keep on trying to build the country in a better way, or maybe play the game more, or maybe play at a higher competition? There's a guy named Von Miller who went to Texas A&M, and I remember watching him. I played defensive end, outside linebacker, kind of pass rusher. He played the same position. And I remember, and he went to A&M. I remember watching him play and being like, dude, this guy is amazing. Like one of the most talented football players you could ever have watched. And I remember being in awe as a college student, 22 years old, 18, 19 years old, of the way that he played the game. Did I want him to sack our quarterback over and over again? No, right? but just being so impressed by how he played. And I remember as I tried to prepare, we got a chance to play together after that year. We got a chance to play together at the Senior Bowl, which is like an All-American kind of game, championship game, and we were on the same team. So we both had we had the same jersey. It was like a red Senior Bowl jersey, but I had my Longhorn helmet on, white with the burnt orange Longhorn, and he had his A&M helmet on. But we were on the same team. We wanted to see each other win. And he ended up winning MVP of the game. I won Most Outstanding Performance. Right now, I will say this. When I run into Vaughn, he still calls me T-Sip, which I don't know what that means. I think it's like maybe, y'all are drinking tea and not working hard. I don't know, right? But there's a mutual respect for one another that we get a chance to play the game that we love. And you don't have to play football or watch football, but just the idea of competition in sport. And also when it comes to our society built, for America, I think that's what we want people to understand as a bigger picture.
I think that's completely right. Randy, your thoughts on sportsmanship?
Great. Yeah, so I was in a little bit different position, just being a kicker, where I'm not like actively strangling guys or anything like that. So I usually don't see as much of that fire because I'm supposed to be like locked in, like calm and collected, because it's just like there's a lot of pressure when you go out there to literally kick a ball one time and hopefully it goes through those yellow posts and that's your job. And so, but I've gotten a lot of chances to meet the other kickers on the other teams, especially the Texas kickers. I got to meet, both years we played there was different kickers, but I got to meet both of them before the game. And like it's really cool because you get to talk to them and they're like great human beings. Like I could talk to them for however long. One of them I still talk to a lot. And just like realizing that part of it and just being a kicker, it's tough because, like the whole stands and everybody they're pretty much rooting for you to miss if you're at an away game, which is really unfortunate because it makes it way more difficult. And like there's a bunch of people on our sideline that are also rooting for them to miss or for something bad to happen to the other team just because they want to win. But every time I get up there and I see them go kick, like I obviously don't cheer for them, but I also don't like cheer against them either. Like I know the feeling of missing a kick and how much pressure that is, what that feels like. And so when I see one of my buddies last year was like Mason Shipley and Bert Auburn before, and they would like miss kicks in Kyle Field, the stadium's going crazy, and I can't like really cheer for that because I know how that feels. And so just like realizing that like they're people too, they have feelings, they know, like they also know what you're going through. So I like to think that they don't do the same or cheer against me either, which I have no control over. But maybe they do, they're from Texas, I don't know. But yeah, so I think just like the mutual respect there. And I can't speak for like the defensive ends that are going against the O-line every time, but I know at least from like our skill positions that's how we always felt or at least how I felt was to be respectful and understand what they're going through because it's really the same thing just from two sides.
But that's a great lesson, right? That rooting against someone is not being a good sport. Rooting for your team is. And so this is where I think there's so many of these lessons that we can learn from this.
Yeah. So, and if I could add just real quick,
absolutely.
Just another point is you do want your opponent to be at their best.
Yeah.
Like it's not fun to be like I didn't play in the game last year, right? I'm on ESPN. I covered the game now, but I was so glad that we got a chance to beat an A&M team that was 11-0. Right? It's like we were their only loss. So it was like we want, even when I played, like, of course, like, and the reason why I think that you want your opponent to be at their best is that it forces you to be at your best. I mean, that's what competition does. It brings out the best in people. It'd be easy just kind of to walk around and say, okay, that was good enough and check the box. But especially when a team that sometimes the way we felt was that like we were the only game on their schedule. We felt like, man, they could lose every other game, but as long as they beat Texas, they'd be happy. So we couldn't let that happen. And so it forced us, and it was the last game of the season. We would be together at Thanksgiving as a team, and then the next day we'd play and all our friends and family. It forced us to be at our best. And sometimes it takes that kind of pressure to be inside that kind of like crucible to get all the, like the impurities out to like say, man, I got to be at my best for this. You could argue it's an opponent, but I say it's an opportunity to compete. So I think that's the best thing about a rivalry is that you know that if you have a worthy opponent, you exceeded everything you ever thought you could be.
I think that's true.
Yeah, one thing I touched on, going back to sportsmanship, is accountability. And like being a student leader, and especially of like the student spirit at A&M, like it's a responsibility for you to uphold that standard of excellence. And I remember, I mean, you can really get into the game, and you can let some things slip and say some things that aren't great. And I remember telling like the other Yale leaders, like if you hear something, like we are that standard, and we need to tell them like not to say that. And I remember at some football games and basketball games, like I would go up to students, and like I wouldn't tell them to stop, but I would remind them the standard at A&M of our values of respect, excellence, loyalty, leadership, integrity, and selfless service. And they would always stop. They would always stop because, and it wasn't me yelling at them, telling them to stop. It was me approaching them in a simple conversation, reminding them of the standard that we have at A&M, even if it's against our biggest rival like Texas, and we would rather lose every game and just beat Texas. But I think that's really important. The accountability within the players, within the coaches, and even us as fans is really important.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with all of what they said. And I think anecdotally, a way that I have seen that play itself out at Texas, slightly outside the realm of this rivalry, but I don't know if any of you guys in here are college football fans. Texas played Georgia a couple seasons ago. There was a bad call. It was objectively a bad call. And all the student sections started throwing empty water bottles onto the field. This was a home game in Austin. That call was then reversed. So the outcome as a result of that bad sportsmanship was still in Texas's favor, yet the response from the president of Texas, it was Jay Hartzell at the time, he's at SMU now, he's a great president, was that he was going to review all of the video evidence from that call, from that game, and see which students threw those bottles onto the field, because that simply isn't the degree of excellence that we are seeking to uphold. And so even though the outcome went in our favor, the outcome was not more important than the degree of excellence that we hold ourselves to. And I think that's where sportsmanship can teach us a lot about the political realm within our state, is that it is not to win. Politics is to make our country better. Such is true with the degree of excellence of these universities. It's to make our students better within this rivalry, of course, with intense passion and a desire to win, but it is to make all of us better. All of us students want to go pursue careers, and our college education is making us better to go do that. All of the players on the field, I'm sure it's every one of their goals to get drafted and play football at the next level. A better competition and a healthy competition in that rivalry makes them better to do that. So it's not win and win at all costs. It's how do we do this, making ourselves better and upholding that degree of excellence. I think that I see sportsmanship parallel there.
And the thing, if I want to add to that, as a fan, as a guy who went to Texas, watching that game, I was embarrassed. Even as I'm listening to you tell the story, I was getting chills because it was so embarrassing. Like if we're supposed to be an example in sport, or let's say as a country, we're supposed to be an example, why would we, the team that's supposed to be an example, not even versus anyone else, just according to our own standards and respect and value and integrity, even though in that game, the call ended up going our way, but it was just an embarrassing display of sportsmanship because there are rules. And sometimes the referees may get it wrong. And usually there's a way to try to make it right. But the fact that at our home field against a worthy opponent, we're throwing bottles on the ground, and then the referees end up changing the call, it just didn't feel right. And it was embarrassing as a Longhorn who wants to show a good example for the rest of sport. I think that's a great example for society as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, as a way to sort of reassure all of us, we did a survey here at the Reagan Institute on sportsmanship and civility, and in fact, we did find that 78% of Americans actually say that it's important to follow the rules, even if breaking them helps you win. So it shows you how committed we are as Americans to this idea of following the rules, that breaking them, even if it helps you win, it's not worthwhile. It doesn't demonstrate integrity, humility, respect, all of that which we enter into a competition about. So, I mean, I do think that that's heartening. And I will just say, are there other lessons that sort of you took in your time learning about sports that you feel like, gosh, if our whole world just operated this way? Was there something specific in your own maturation through sports? Maybe Sam, you could start.
I think the first lesson is to understand that there are rules, and the best way to keep the game moving forward is to continue to play within the rules. What do I mean by that? Going back to the example of Texas fans throwing water bottles in the middle of a game when they know that's not allowed. The call went in our favor, we still lost the game. It's not, if you try to cheat the system and you win, what did you actually win? Right? Your integrity went down, right? Your level of standard, if you do it once, you'll probably do it again. We had a saying when I was at Texas, our coach, Mac Brown, said that the standard is the standard. Doesn't matter who you're playing. You can be playing your biggest rival or a fifth grade team. The standard is the standard. And so I think understanding that there are a set of rules and that you are the exemplar to be able to show society, like, hey, this is how you win, and this is also how you lose. We lose a game, and you go and you shake hands afterwards. Point blank, period. You lose a game, you still see the guys a few weeks, days, months later. And so just understanding that, yes, you want to fight as hard as you can to win, but even when you lose in that game, there's something bigger beyond just that specific game.
That's great. I'm going to jump around and go down to Seth now and then come back.
Yes, ma'am. I certainly think there's so many lessons to be learned from this specific rivalry. I think one of the biggest ones for me is the deep knowledge of our opponent is what makes this rivalry so great, and it also is what upholds that respect. I think what we love about Texas versus Texas A&M is that is within our state that we also love a whole lot. It's amidst the people that we love a whole lot. We've got divided families. We've got my high school friend group pretty split down the middle of A&M and UT, and I love those guys, and I always will. I could care less where they went to college. But the reason that I know so much about A&M, the reason that I'm able to then respect them so much through that knowledge is because I've spent so much time getting to know a lot of the people that go there. And so it would be really hard for me, I think Governor Youngkin said this earlier, how it's a lot harder to be mean to somebody that you actually know. I think that's really true. And so it would be hard for me to sit here and bash A&M because I'm thinking of all of these faces in my head of people that I love and respect so much that go there. They don't represent what I represent of Texas, and I love the Longhorns so much, but I respect them a lot. And so I think it's really easy to be optimistic about young people getting involved in positive civility movements of our country. And it's really cool to sit here and see all of us doing that today. But I also think that optimism without action doesn't warrant any results. And so I encourage everyone to get, as we look at it politically, get to know somebody that's across the aisle from you. Go and sit down and get to know about their personal lives and what makes them excited, and have conversations that are outside of the political realm, because I think if we can do that together, the love for America is what the common ground will be, and therefore the betterment of this country will be what we're working towards, not just trying to win a game of politics, which unfortunately is what it tends to be sometimes.
Great point. Jake?
When I think of sports and as it relates to like what we learn, we always talk about it, whether it's soccer, football. I mean, because you're in a team sport, you face challenges, you're with people that you don't know, and you come together and you win together and you lose together, and there's so much life lessons to be learned from that. I think we all know that. And I think back to my time at A&M, I remember I got to speak, I was asked to speak to the football team. And in that speech, I remember, you were there, Randy, don't give me a hard time about it. I remember in that speech, I was like, y'all as players, y'all face the same things we face. Like, you get broken up with your girlfriend, you fail an exam, etc. And I'll never understand what it means to be a D1 college football player. But what I do know is like the platform that you have and that name that you get to wear on the back of your jersey and represents something that is bigger than yourself. For the Aggies, for the Texans that have come before, that are there now, and that will come after. And so to uphold that standard of excellence. And I know that in the report that I read that I think people trust athletes 8 times more than they do politicians. And so it has such an incredible platform to be able to steward that well. And so what I closed out with them is like, don't just be good athletes, but be good men of character who can win, who can lose, and who can shake the other person's hand at the end of the day. And I think if I were to boil it down, like it just becomes like love thy neighbor as like the second greatest commandment in the Bible is really what it comes down to. Like, I'm just going to know Seth for who Seth is, not for what he believes. We might disagree on a lot, but I'm going to sit down with him, have a cup of coffee, and get to know you like you said. And I think that is what's important, and that is what we're missing today sometimes in our society.
Great points. So Randy, and maybe in your comments you could also speak to resilience, because I do think sports is so fantastic in telling us that we don't win all the time. And I think there is an expectation in our world that somehow, you know, if you get involved in politics or democracy, you can win all the time. But we have 330 million people in this country. The idea that everyone would agree and you would always win is a little sort of out of touch with reality. And I just think sports offers so much about losing and what that means.
Yeah, and just kind of adding on to some of the things that they said as well. Our coach would always tell us play for the name on the front of your jersey as well as the back of your jersey. And of course it says for us Texas A&M, and then on the back of your jersey is your last name. So you're representing not just the school, but also your family. And so you want to represent them well. And so like when you think about that, it's like, okay, do I really want to throw water bottles on the field if I'm going to represent my family and my university bad? And so that was something. Another thing that our coaches would always say is, like, it's about the team. Like, of course, like college football, there's a bunch of awards for all sorts of stuff, like different players, whatever. And he would always say, like, hey, put the team first, because when you put the team first and the team does well, you get the recognition. So if you're just trying to go get the stuff by yourself, it's not going to work out the same way as if you went as a team. So like, for instance, we were really good this year. Unfortunately, we lost to them, but we were really good this year. And the best we've been literally since we first joined the SEC. And I think this was the most amount of people that we got drafted to the NFL in as long as I can remember. And I think it just shows that like when the team does well, like you do well. I think that can be applied to like politics and just any other team thing. It's like, yeah, there's differing opinions on the team, but like when your first goal is to push the team forward, push the country forward, like you can compromise on things and like really work towards, okay, what's best for the country, not just what's best for myself. And I guess speaking a little to the resilience thing, just as a kicker, I mean, like everybody knows if I do good or bad, it's pretty straightforward. Like he could probably get away with some stuff on the field if he did bad, but like it's pretty clear what I do. And so, man, like I obviously do not want to miss kicks. We don't want to lose, but like it's gonna happen. Like we're not perfect. Like it's just gonna happen. So it's about like how do you deal with that and be okay with it so that you can be better next time. And so, of course, like all sorts of pressure, but I would like, okay, like taking a moment to accept it. Like, okay, that happened. That's what it is. But the team's gonna need me again. And so I can't be over here sulking in my sadness or whatever it is. Like I need to be ready next time. And how can I be better? And so that was always something that while everything else was going on in the game, I'm like, okay, I need to like bring myself back and then like let's go perform next time. It's about the next step after that, not just what happened in the past. So
Sam, any thoughts before we open it up for questions?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest thoughts I have is just almost like peeling back the layers a little bit, even not just in a rivalry between teams, but also between players and ownership. During my time in the NFL, I served as vice president of the NFL Players Association, the NFLPA. And during that time, I was there served for about a decade, but I was negotiating as a player against the owners of the NFL over like a multi-billion-dollar collective bargaining agreement. So think about it, players and ownership, right? The union kind of trying to fight for their things. And I remember sitting under our executive director at the time, and a lot of the language was, man, these owners hate you. They hate you. They want to kill you. They want to destroy you. They could care less about you. And I remember hearing it and being like, well, I mean, maybe, but like the owner of my team, we're kind of friendly, you know? And just there was a lot of that kind of language. And fast forward, we're sitting across from them and negotiating, and I actually gained a lot of respect for guys like Roger Goodell and Clark Hunt, the owner of the Chiefs, and Jerry Jones. I learned a lot about him, and so it was just honorable, discourse over the course of several months. Well, fast forward, the year ends, and the same people who were saying, "Oh, these owners hate you," and X, Y, and Z. I show up. I got invited to the owners' party, right? I show up to the owners' party, and the same people that were kind of sharing some of this propaganda, if you will, they were laughing and joking with the same owners they said hated us. And so it just had me to understand that sometimes there's a lot of language that you may hear or see that's not actually true, but it's just used to try to manipulate. And if you actually get to the truth, you realize that, man, example, throwing bottles isn't the right thing. Man, like the example that Jake said about loving my neighbor. Like, if I want to love my neighbor, I actually want my neighbor at their best. Loving my neighbor isn't me saying, "Hey, no, you go and you just win, I'll just stand by." No, like, loving my neighbor is, I'm going to give you everything I have. And I want you to do the same. And then when that's done, let's go get a bite to eat. Like, that's love. And I think that's what we all want to see communicated in this country and beyond. And so the biggest lesson that I'm learning is, in both inside sport and also in democracy, is that sometimes even what I see on TV, sometimes it's like, well, they're the worst and you got to hate them. And I'm like, I start to believe that. But it's not actually true. Because if you go inside some of the halls, you realize that some of the same people that are saying, "Oh, he's this and he's that," they're laughing, joking, getting dinner together. And so I think we got to get back to the truth, but really got to get back to love.
That's a great point. And it is true that there is much more that happens in Washington than just fighting. Yeah. And I think that's one of those quiet secrets that doesn't get out very much. So I think you're right. There's a lot more that happens in the locker room and outside the locker room. So with that, we have about 13 minutes, and we want to take some questions from the audience because we imagine that you guys are excited to ask. So I think, let's see, who's got a microphone? Because we do need a microphone. Let's go here first.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Williamson. I just graduated from Baylor University, so I'm glad there's some Texas representation here on stage. My question is about approaching sports and politics. So, for example, like with the NFL a couple years ago, there was a lot of controversy about Colin Kaepernick taking a knee during the national anthem, and a little bit of that kind of followed like in the seasons after. How have you guys managed as athletes to kind of approach sports and politics? Because I know some people will say, "Oh yeah, athletes should be really active in expressing their beliefs." Other people say sports and politics should be completely separate. So I'm curious, like, to hear how you've been able to manage that.
Benjamin, if I can, that's a phenomenal question, Benjamin. So I actually was in the NFL. I actually played against Colin Kaepernick. I got a sack against Colin Kaepernick. Competition. And to answer your question, I think the thing we can remember is that we all have a platform. We all have a platform. Imagine I'm listening to Jake talk, and Jake spoke in front of the entire. Like I've spoken in front of my team before, and I was scared. I was all get out. And these are my teammates. Yet what Jake said is, "Hey, you all fail exams. You break up with your significant other, right? You have family issues. We're all going through some of the same things. You're human. You're not just an athlete." So people that say, like, shut up and dribble, but what happens when I'm not playing anymore? What happens when what was your major?
Aerospace engineer.
Aerospace engineer, right? Like, no, shut up and kick the football. No, that doesn't make any sense, right? Like, he's going to be going to the moon soon, right? Like, so I guess, so the answer is to use your platform. So when I played, so in the NFL that time, so Colin Kaepernick was taking a knee. The NFL actually had a mandate that actually said, "Hey, players, you're not allowed to take a knee for a moment." And then they ended up retracting that, and they said, "Okay, you can do what you want." But there was a call by the NFL, Roger Goodell, and said, "Okay, if you players really care about these issues, well, how about you put your money where your mouth is?" So if players donate money, the NFL will match that money up to $250,000 per team per year. Our team took that as a challenge. We said, okay, well, let's not just talk about it. I love what Seth said, that, what was the phrase you said about like something like compassion without action doesn't lead to good results. Yeah.
'Cause optimism without action doesn't warrant any results.
Correct. So it's easy to have optimism, but we said, let's take action. And so that year, we actually had players who wrote checks for $30,000. We had players who wrote checks for $300. Some guys were on the practice squad. They didn't know if they were going to make the team the next week. We ended up raising, with the matches, nearly $1 million. That went to these causes that we actually did care about. And so what I would say to anyone listening is that you do have a platform. You're more than just the party that you're a part of. You're more than just the school that you went to. You are a human with different beliefs and ideologies and different hopes and goals and dreams. And I think to suffocate that isn't necessarily what you were meant and made to do. And so, Benjamin, my answer would be whatever opportunity or platform you have. Maybe it's in politics, democracy, and maybe it's in writing, maybe it's in speech, maybe it's on TV. Use your platform for good.
Let's zoom over here.
Hi, everyone. This is just a general question, but you guys discussed playing by the rules a lot in this panel, and I was just curious how you guys would approach navigating a game where the rules are unfair or are being enforced unfairly. What would you recommend?
Great question. Anyone? Do you keep playing fairly? Or do you decide that you're going to go down the rabbit hole?
That's a great question. And I think the question is winning more important to you, or is what you stand to believe in more important to you? And I think if what you stand to believe in is operating in a system that does have defined rules, regardless of how they're being enforced, you can be somebody that has a platform to speak out against the way that that enforcement is being done. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to follow the rules. Because if it becomes, in any sort of game, let's put this back in this rivalry's context, if a player thought that the rules were being enforced unfairly by a ref, which happens every single game whenever players complain about a bad call, but they just started doing whatever they want, football wouldn't be football anymore. Nor would a game be the game that it was meant to be if players just started doing whatever they wanted. So that's what I would say.
And I would add to that is I would change the question to, well, who are you becoming? Or who do you want to become? Do you want to become a person that won at all costs, but that had to lie, cheat, and steal to do it? Or do you want to become a person that maybe you didn't win when you thought you were going to win or how you thought you were going to win, but maybe 10, 15, 20, 30 years later, you were that person that stood by integrity and stood by respect and stood by compassion and stood by love, and maybe society was 15 years too late. I would argue that, what was your name? Jade? I'd argue, Jade, that that's the person that you wanted to be. So even though the rules aren't getting enforced, because that's the thing about sport, we do have rules. There are referees and there are rules, and sometimes in democracy, the rules aren't always followed. And that's just the fact. So what if you could either play by them and or also be the one that is the example and the exemplar and says, okay, I have people who are following me, so I'm going to play by the rules. I may not win now, but I'm playing a different game. I'm becoming somebody different and better that's more important than this temporary, what people call a win.
Yeah. What I would add on to that as well is, like, some wisdom that I got is, like, it's easy, I think, in life to take shortcuts, but if you stay true to, like, the ancient path, you want to call it, like, so my dad would always tell me, you will be rewarded long term. And I think integrity, you said this, Sam, is so important. It's something that's kind of lost at times. Like, my dad told me, like, my grandfather would sign, like, a lease of land over a handshake. There would be no formal writings or anything. And now it's to have, like, 5 lawyers involved and all of this. And so, I mean, I think it's what we need to get back to, and that is not taking shortcuts and staying true to yourself and to integrity.
Yeah. So anyone over here? No? Okay. How about in the back? Right there.
I said, good afternoon. Before I start, I just want to thank you all for your time. I said it's greatly appreciated. My name is Joaquin McLeod. I'm a 3rd year at the University of Georgia. Go Dogs. Had to get that out. As far as my question goes, I was very curious, considering that this is the Civility Forum, I was very interested in this idea that, working on the previous question I was asked, there are instances where, you know, we all together believe in the same things. We are all playing the same sport, you know. But sometimes other teams, you know, sometimes they don't play by the rules. It's not someone above us that's not following the rules. It's someone next to us that's supposed to be on the same team or in the same conference that aren't following the rules. And focusing on civility and ensuring and supporting civility, how do we contend when there's our partners or people of other teams who sometimes don't follow the rules?
I think is that working? Oh, okay, sorry. I think a big thing with that is like accountability. Obviously in games, football games, whatever, like the ref is also a human too. He's going to make mistakes. And I know that the law is a little more straightforward, but like who's enforcing the law can sometimes be whatever, at least in football. But I think what's cool about football is that even like something may happen in the game, but like you can't do anything to change it, and so you have to work hard to overcome it. Yeah, but I think the accountability part is like when, for instance, the big organizations see something that's going wrong, they punish what that may be. So, for instance, I don't know, like rushing the field. What was that?
Sports betting.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's a hot topic right now, but sure, we can go on with that. Like he obviously bet on sports, and that's not fair to most people, especially if he were. I don't know what he bet on, but like if he was betting against his team, like that's not fair to the team, and it's not fair to the sport in general. And so, likewise, he's getting punished in that way. And I think just being accountable, both with that, but also with like your teammates. I know, for us, like we went through a change of coaching staff, and that's like a big deal in sports. But before that, like our coaches weren't holding our players accountable, and we were getting away with a lot of things, just the players in general. And we really suffered as a team because of it. When our new coach came in, he really enforced a way to become accountable not just to each other but to the team as a whole. And from there, that's why we were 11-0. That's why we made the playoffs. We started performing better because there was accountability on that.
I think too, in building off of that, all that you're able to control is what you're going to do. And if there is another team, or let's put it in a political realm, another party that is acting in a certain way that you know isn't right, and then you're going to go out and do the same thing, we get in this continuous road of getting further and further down that path to where now nobody's doing the right thing, and we've actually forgotten what doing the right thing looks like. And I think in politics, in sports, and any sort of competition, the question needs to be asked, like, what are you working for? Like, are you working to beat somebody, or are you working for the betterment of the greater good of the people that we live with? And I would argue that also the greater good of all of the people that live in this country is not a super divisive, polarized place. It's a place where both parties, or however many you want to say, that are at their best, and so are bringing both of each other up. And that's not done through doing things the wrong way. And so there's probably going to be lulls with teams and whatever it may be of if they aren't doing things the right way. But I think you can always control whether you are or you're not. I think that's how you should respond no matter what.
I mean, I'll just also add that the great part about sports, and this is also true of democracy, there are processes and there are legitimate ways to petition or essentially make a complaint, right? So, I mean, I do think one of the things, you know, I use this example a lot. I mean, instant replay. It exists not because it makes the game better. What it does is ensure that the calls are right. And, you know, there are times where people are going to make mistakes, things are not called correctly. And this is where, you know, if you follow the process, right, you submit an appeal to the league, you submit whatever the process may be relative to the infraction, you know, created. I think it becomes important lessons too. I think the worst thing to do is also not just go down the field, but also basically like walk off the field. Decide that you're no longer going to engage because you feel it's your way or the highway.
A quick, just so good, Laura. Just I was as we wrap, I was chatting with a former teammate of mine last night, and he was talking just about that same issue. They were at practice and they were very upset because the coach was calling plays in a way that just didn't make sense, and almost like the coach is going against what made sense for the team, for the party, for democracy. And one of the young players, he literally, they're talking about it frustrated, and he just walks off. And one option is, okay, let him go, right? Apparently their position coach actually just let him go. Act like he didn't even see it. There's a young position coach. But the veteran on the team actually called that guy out and called that guy up. He looked at him and said, hey, man, get back over here. We don't just quit when things don't go our way. He said, shoot, none of us like the calls. You're not alone. You're like, I don't like them either. But we still have to go out and execute the job that's put in front of us. And so when you see that person doing that thing, I would say, like, speak up for those who can't speak up for themselves. Maybe that's your job to call that person. Maybe the coach isn't doing it. Maybe the person who's above you to the right isn't doing it, but you get that opportunity to do it. And then when you get in that position where you are the voice or the face, now all of a sudden you have a new level of integrity that you're not going to allow other people to go below. And so I think the worst thing we could do is just to sit idly by and say, well, it is what it is. It's like, no, you got to keep on speaking up. You got to keep on speaking out. You got to keep on using your voice or your time or your talents or your treasures, whatever you have. All right, build a movement. And maybe why you're here in these seats.
I think that's right. So I think that's a great lesson to end on. Find your platform, use your voice, and think about the respect that you have for others who are actually doing the same thing, even if you disagree. So with that, thank you to our panel. You've been tremendous. And I believe there's a little break. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Fred Ryan.
Thank you. Well, we've been talking a lot today about the major divisions facing the country and the threat that they pose to the health of our democracy. But the great news is that some really smart people and devoted people are mobilizing and forming organizations to bridge these divides and are working hard to pull the country back together. And you're going to hear from three of them next. To lead the discussion, we're very fortunate to have John Bridgeland. He's a highly regarded leader and innovator in government and in the nonprofit world. He served in the White House as director of the Domestic Policy Council. He was the first director of Freedom Corps and a member of the Council for Community Solutions. He was also chief of staff to Rob Portman on Capitol Hill. Today, he is CEO of More Perfect, where he's playing a major role in advancing a strong democratic future for America's next 250 years. I've always viewed him as a senior statesman in the civility space, not because of his age, but because of his experience and how well respected he is. Please welcome John Bridgeland and our panel of civility leaders.
Yeah. Are we on? Okay. Thanks, Fred. Well, good afternoon. Sports has a lot to teach, not only politics, but civil society. Wish we could keep them in the room. Welcome to this executive dialogue on democracy and civil society. I first want to thank Fred Ryan, Alex Pappas for this extraordinary summit. Also Roger Zackheim of the Institute and Janet Tran out in wonderful Simi Valley, our More Perfect Alliance. which is an alliance of all the 44 presidential centers in the country working together to advance 5 sustainable democracy goals, has done, I think, 3 initiatives with the Institute and the library. Today we're joined by 3 civic heavyweights who have labored in the waters of civil society for many years and just have so many insights. First is David Bobb, the CEO of the Bill of Rights Institute, founded, I think, in 1999 and having done extraordinary work. Next to him is Brian Hooks, the chairman and CEO of Stand Together, which seems to be everywhere in our national life and civil society. And Layla Zayden, who runs Future Caucus, pulling together young leaders across America to re-envision our civic renewal. So let's just jump right in. On his trip to America, it's sort of intimidating, a 25-year-old magistrate named Alexis de Tocqueville, who went on just a few years later to write a book called Democracy in America, which James Q. Wilson, Harvey Mansfield, and Deborah Winthrop called the most important book on both democracy and America, laid a foundation and called civil society the mother science. He also felt that civil society, as Ronald Reagan has said, was the golden thread of American democracy. But he worried that it could lead to individuals becoming disconnected from public life and only pursuing their private interests, and also feared intrusions from government. Voluntary associations were a cure to both concerns. So given the decline that Robert Putnam has cataloged in the book Bowling Alone, in participation in voluntary associations of all kinds that are so central to democratic health, and the rise in social isolation that we're seeing for various reasons. Talk to us about what's being done or could be done to revitalize a nation of joiners. And David, can we start with you? No pressure.
Thank you, Bridge, and thank you for the easy question to kick us off. And thank you, Fred Ryan, for the opportunity to join you all, and to all of you students who are making this forum possible and so lively in the conversation. I think of one organization in history. This was a little bit after, actually about 20 years after Tocqueville visited, the Rochester Ladies Sewing Anti-Slavery Association. How many of you have heard of that association? Probably nobody. Maybe a few. Okay, great. So we maybe have some New Yorkers or fans of Frederick Douglass. So when Douglass gives his most famous speech, July 5th, 1852, in Rochester, it's a crowd of 600 people, tickets cost 12.5 cents. This organization had started just the previous August in 1851. And they lasted a few years with that name, but by 1855, they dropped the sewing part. They were dedicated to abolishing that horrible institution. Every major movement in America has followed a similar course of individuals coming together, very often locally, and saying, we see a problem and we see a solution. And government is not the first option. Ronald Reagan said, freedom doesn't begin or end with elections. And I think he was in a way channeling Alexis de Tocqueville. And so I think there's a real opportunity to see that local opportunity. Get involved in your local communities and see what good can flow from that.
It's awesome, and I love the fact that half the room knew about that association. You're a very impressive group. Brian, tell us your perspective on a nation of joiners, plus you've also been kind of launching this extraordinary campaign. And for each of you, by the way, to establish credibility, you have to tell us which association or group you're a part of. Brian.
Well, we'll come back to David on that hard question.
Yeah.
You know, I've had to think about the answer to that question a little bit. And initially I thought, well, you know, I don't know that I can answer that. And I think I'm like a lot of people in this room, but also in this country. This is in our bones. And so I do have a good answer to that question, it turns out, but I had to think about it because we just take it for granted. It's sort of part of the normal course of American life. And so I'm a kid from Detroit that grew up in Grand Rapids, Michigan. When I was 5 years old, my parents and about 5 other parents decided, let's start a Montessori school. This was a long time ago, way before that was cool. And so I just kind of grew up with these voluntary associations playing a huge role in my life. And so as I grew up, I coached my sister's soccer team, also before that was cool. As I now have my own daughter, you show up at 7 o'clock in the morning at the swim meet and you time alongside 2 other parents that you don't know, but you know pretty well by the end of it. We're part of our neighborhood civic association. About 10 years ago, seems like a crazy thing to do in retrospect, but my wife and I and 3 of our neighbors, again, who we didn't know to start, we started another nonprofit in our community in the name of sort of preservation of the community spirit there. And so this is just stuff that we do as Americans. And so when you think about what is it going to take to revitalize this nation of joiners, I think the answer is it's sitting right in front of us, frankly. So we're in a room full of college students. I understand you're from all over the country. And the bad news for all of you is that all of the problems that we've been talking about this morning are now your problems. So sorry about that. But the good news for us is that you are now the problem solvers in the country. And so I wondered if you could raise your hand if you have a story like mine, if you, even right now, are part of a college club, or if you're volunteering in your communities. Don't be shy, you can raise your hands. Or if maybe you help somebody, another student, sort of learn a little bit better on the side on the subject that you know best. I bet some of you are helping your families, either with a health issue or whatever it is. There were a whole lot of hands that went up. And I think the answer to how do we revitalize this American spirit is twofold. One, we need more people to join. We need more people to follow your lead. And 2, we need you all to be more visible so that they can. And so the more that we celebrate the work that you all and so many people across the country are doing to set an example for what it's going to take for us to continue to have the kind of country that we want to have, I think the answer is in rooms like this.
And I asked for one group, and you give us about 15 that you've joined. I will note that Putnam and others, the research shows that if you join just one organization, you cut in half your risk of premature death. It also boosts health and happiness and antidote to anxiety and depression. It's extraordinary. Layla, you've got some really interesting work underway to not only create a nation of joiners, but to bridge divides across politics and difference that in some cases we see often as creating a lot of polarization, even affective polarization in the country. Tell us about that work, I think in West Virginia, is it?
Yeah, well, so for those of you who haven't heard of Future Caucus, which is the organization I lead, we work with Gen Z and millennial elected officials, Democrats and Republicans, and help them not hate each other. And in fact, work together to solve problems in their state legislatures or in Congress. And I'll get to a story about one of the states in which we're doing that work, West Virginia, but I think to answer your original question, Bridge, I think, and as a young person, like I hear this all the time, you all must hear this too. People say young people are apathetic, or they don't care, or they're self-absorbed. And when I was growing up, there was literally a Time magazine cover that called us the me, me, me generation. And I think that's absolutely false. We are not experiencing a crisis of civic virtue. We have a crisis of civic infrastructure for people to plug into. Like you said, people are coaching soccer teams or Little League, or when there are natural disasters, people are volunteering, they're helping their neighbors. The desire is still there, but it's more difficult for us to find these ways in which we can build a sense of belonging and not just do it once, but feel like it's a community that we can repeatedly engage in. The work that we're doing across the country, we have a bipartisan caucus in West Virginia called the West Virginia Future Caucus, and they came to us and they said, listen, we have some bad blood between us Democrats and Republicans. What if we did something fun? And so they took a page out of Putnam's book and they said, what if we went bowling? Like literally bowling, not a metaphor for civic renewal, but they literally went to a bowling alley in West Virginia and got some beers and had a great time. The Speaker of the House came to that. That's how much there was this aura of we're together, we're in this together, we're all colleagues. Let's do something that is not focused on the things that divide us, but reinforce this notion that we're on the same team. One of the things that has since resulted from this bowling excursion is they kept meeting, they kept sort of deepening their relationships with each other. The Speaker of the House helped them introduce and then pass a piece of legislation that has reduced the level of political or threats of political violence in West Virginia. The law currently or beforehand said that if you were an elected official, your private home address could be public. So people would sort of stalk your family or, could threaten you at home. They passed a law to reduce that visibility, to protect the lawmakers, to reduce the incidence of political violence. That all started from going bowling together, and they have since continued to meet to discuss things like housing policy to make it more affordable for people to rent or own in West Virginia. And so I think this notion that we are too individualistic or that we don't want to connect with each other, I think that's absolutely false. And I think young people are the ones who are driving some of the counter narratives to that idea just by joining a club or by connecting to each other. We need to be investing in more of that infrastructure so that the civic renewal that we believe is possible happens, led by young people. It's what we're seeing all across the country. And I'll just, to build my credibility as a joiner, a person in this nation of joiners, last year I had a baby. I had a little baby girl, Izzy. And I don't know if anyone in this room is a parent. I was scared out of my mind. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know, what size diapers to get. And there's a group called the Petworth Peanuts in my neighborhood, which I joined. It's a WhatsApp group, but it's also a group that does neighborhood events. We have holiday parties. We do park cleanups. We care about our neighborhood, and we care about our families, and we care about each other. And joining that makes me feel like the things that were scary before are solvable problems because I have a village around me who will help me solve them.
Awesome, Layla. Another good example of how the sports of bowling, in this case, can influence politics. So I had this crazy job. I ran the Domestic Policy Council, and then 9/11 hit. And the whole lens on what we were doing changed to protecting the American people. But within a week, received the White House operator connected me to a couple who was restaurant owners in Seattle, driving 3,000 miles across the country because all the planes were grounded, and to set up feeding operations for the police and firefighters and the first responders at Ground Zero. And there was this shift, a palpable shift in the culture toward thinking about our obligations as citizens, service, and responsibility. Given less than 1% of Americans serve in our nation's military, leading to the complacent assumption that serving the country is somebody else's job, and given, other than Franklin Roosevelt's Civilian Conservation Corps and the growth in Peace Corps and VISTA and all these programs after 9/11, I love to quote President Reagan, who at the 1980 Republican National Convention said, the American spirit of voluntary service flows like a deep and mighty river through the history of our nation. And every president has talked about the centrality of service to the health of our democracy. What can we actually do to bring national service and volunteering to real scale in this country so it's more than a majority of Americans serving, particularly a quarter of an age cohort of 18-year-olds as they come of age, instead of the lower rates we have today?
I think in a word, depoliticize. Lately I've been asking groups, can you name one area of American life that is not political? Anybody want to venture an answer? The only plausible answer that I've heard in the last year is Dolly Parton. And so my service is on one of my son's sports teams. I love the previous panel, by the way. I thought there was so much of value there. And what I could see there from the speakers is an ability to root for your opponents. We have, in politicizing things and making every election an elimination round, you want to eliminate your foes. But what would that mean on the playing field, right? What would that mean on the pitch? What would that mean on the ball field? You want a chance to go back at it again. And so we're at a stage of negative affective polarization when it's so bad that a lot of people are withdrawing. Tocqueville saw a nation who could fall into individualistic isolation for different reasons, just by dint of democratic kind of the pressure that is there with individualism. We're seeing now a force that says to not so much the people in this room, but the folks that might be tiptoeing into civil society, back off. Like, I don't know if this was your experience with Petworth. We used to live on the Hill, but I read in the Washington Post accounts of how the Petworth Association, oriented towards parenting things, had a breakup. One group said, no, we got to talk about politics and diapers. And some people said, no way, we just want to do the family thing. We just want to do the kid thing. And so this other renegade group said, no, we're going to go do politics. And so what I think we have to think about is efforts in civil society are not bipartisan. They're nonpartisan. They're non-ideological, and they're non-political, and that's okay. If we get the order right, if we get the Tocquevillian order right, you start with the civil society, you gain the tools, and then you move to politics. What we're too often doing today is push kids into the political. They kind of have a short-circuiting of that, and then they're not able to make the transition to civil society.
Awesome. Brian?
Well, David gave you one word. I'll give you two ideas. One, we have to show people who want to contribute and make a difference in their community that they're not alone. They're not the only ones that want to do it. And we have to ask. We have to ask them. More Perfect just had a great poll that came out last month. And the number one reason that people say that they don't get involved in their communities and solving problems is because nobody asked them to. The good news on this is that people want to help. They want to get involved. If we had to change people's mind, if people were sort of stuck in the mud and they said, not me, I don't want to do it, this would be a real problem. But that's not the case. And we've done the research on this. 70% of Americans across all demographics, which is an extraordinary thing to be able to say, when you ask them, what is it that you aspire to? What's the good life? What do you want to accomplish in your life? Amongst the top things that they'll share, they'll say, I want to make a difference in the lives of those in my community, which is extraordinary. So people already want to do this. The problem is when you say, well, how are you doing on that? Only about 30% of people say that they feel like they're fulfilling that aspiration. So there's a huge gap between what people want and what they're doing. The other problem is when you ask them, well, how many other people feel the way that you do? They say, oh, nobody else feels this way. Remember, it's 70% think this, but we don't see it in our culture. Yeah. And so we assume we're the only ones. And nobody wants to be the oddball. Nobody wants to be, out on an island. And so even though we want to do it, we don't because we think we're alone. Yeah. And so the more that we can show people that this is just what we're doing and make it easy for them to do it, I think you're going to see these numbers change very fast. And Bridge, you mentioned this effort that you and I and a number of other people, about 60 different organizations now have helped to launch, called Be the People, is an effort to do those two things, to show people they're not alone and to make it easy for them to participate in any way that they value, anywhere that they live. If we want a country of the people, by the people, for the people, it doesn't happen by accident. It's up to each of us to take action to play our part. We have to be the people. And again, if this was about persuading people to do something that they didn't want to do, good luck. This is about giving people the opportunity to fulfill their aspirations, to be who they already want to be. And I think we can get it done.
That's awesome. So get ready with your questions. And I just want to note that Doris Kearns-Goodwin at the launch of More Perfect had this insight that it really struck me. She said, all transformational change across U.S. history was first catalyzed by ordinary private individuals without any political appointment or public platform who cared about a cause, cared about a people, or cared about a place, and then eventually went to their government to bring it to scale. We've talked a lot about civil society, what individuals can do, working in communities, but we also, I think, long to have an effective, limited, but effective government. So for those who might be interested in entering public service of some kind, Layla, what advice would you have for them about how to navigate in this tricky political environment toward it?
I think we overthink things sometimes. I think everything that this panel and really today has been talking about is the agency that each of us has to make a choice that makes our community better. And sometimes that means doing that outside of politics, and sometimes that means that the best lever that you specifically can pull as a human being who has ideas and coalition building skills and communication skills to bring people along is to enter public service. And I guarantee you, I have been doing this work at Future Caucus now for 10 years, which makes me like almost not a young person, but we're not gonna, I know, 10 years, how's that possible? Every person I have met, a Democrat, a Republican, even a couple independents in like Alaska and Maine, they ran for office because they believe they can solve a problem and they believe in the goodness of other people to try to solve that problem with them. I think if you enter public service with that mindset and that approach, people are drawn to you. You become an effective leader. If you lead authentically in that way, people, voters, constituents trust you, even if you make a decision that is different from the thing that they want. Having a leader who believes that everybody's voice matters, believes that we belong together to be heard and to debate and to wrestle and then to decide, that is possible and that is happening right now across the country. There is over 2,000 young elected leaders have been a part of Future Caucus from across the country, 2,000. And when I first met a lot of them, they thought they were alone. And the thing that is unique about what we're offering is we're that civic infrastructure that otherwise is missing in the way that people conceptualize politics. You're on the blue team or you're on the red team, and that's the infrastructure. That's what I can join. There's other ways to associate. There are other permission structures that we can create as young people about who gets to solve problems and for whom. And I think what I would just want every person in this room to leave with is a real sense of confidence in the agency that you have to be that leader. I think we're in a crisis of leadership in this moment in this country, and sometimes we overthink it about who that leader should be. You are the leaders. You are the leaders. I've met a lot of politicians. You're good. You are the leaders. And so I think for those who want to enter public service, and again, it's not for everyone, there's lots of ways to make a change in our communities, know that there are other people like you who want to make a difference, and together, the power of you as individuals together can really make significant change, even when it seems like from the headlines or from X or Facebook or whatever, TikTok, that things are unsurmountable. I'm seeing young people make a lot of change.
Yeah, some of the most effective leaders I've seen in public service have been in the private sector, the nonprofit sector, and then public service. Yeah. And you know, we think about President Reagan's philosophy, which was very ground up and limited government, but we celebrate his legacy because he was president. So I want to open up to this. I've heard from Fred how competitive this process was, how talented you all are. So let's open it up for questions of the panel from you. Yes, sir. State your name, too, and your college, if you would.
My name is Connor, and I graduated from Pacific University a couple years ago.
Nice.
I'm training in the city right now. And I'd love to ask about the role of the modern state and the ways in which it is perhaps obstructing the roles of society. Robert Nisbet is somebody I've taken quite a bit of knowledge from about how the locus of meaning for people's lives has increasingly gone towards the state, as it has increasingly provided material wealth and provision to the people. And so, first, I guess, how's the growth of the modern state contributed to this problem we've seen, a decline in civil infrastructure? And then, second, what can be done about the modern state from a political standpoint to help usher in an age where people are motivated to engage at a more local level?
Brilliant question. Tocqueville had a lot to say about it as well. Yeah. But how about one of the panelists like to respond?
It's a great question. You know, I think of President Reagan's really riveting Q&A in front of a student audience at Moscow State. Some of you may have to look it up on YouTube, but you see behind him the hammer and sickle and the busts of Marx and Lenin. And what he told those students is that freedom is not, its beginning and end is not marked by elections. And I think what we've done with the rise of the modern state, the omnicompetent state, is to say that the first thing that you must do if you have a problem is go to it, and in fact go to this town. Some of you may have interned in congressional offices and fielded calls from constituents all summer. I know when I was teaching at the university level and supervised an intern program, we'd bring our reports in each week, and they'd say, people don't understand federalism, right? Because people are calling up and saying, hey, I got this light that's not working, the red light is broken in my town. And then you go through the kind of thing and explain the different levels of government. I see some nodding heads, all right? So think, we have 512,000 elected officials in the United States. Federalism is a feature, not a bug. And I think one of the things that we can use to kind of reverse the ratchet of politicization and the omnicompetent state is lean a little bit more on our local communities and states, in fact. Because a lot of times the kind of vortex of Washington, D.C. has swallowed up things to do because they've not been done very well. And that's a problem. I'm not suggesting that Washington is doing them better. I don't think that in most cases it is. I think our Constitution is a really good guide to that division of labor. But we have to reinstill that spirit of we can get it done, and local government does have an important role to play. So I'd encourage those of you who are interested in this and in this question about reversing the ratchet, get involved in your local communities. Go to a town council, go to a city council. I work at an organization called the Bill of Rights Institute, and we have a tool that we're developing as part of a civics innovation lab. And the idea is use AI to be able to more easily scrape the contents of what city councils are debating. It can seem really, really boring. Tocqueville said if you want to draw an American out of their orbit, propose to build a road on their property, right? And so forget about the boring part. Go and just watch and see what's at stake. And then think, how can I get involved in thinking about not just looking at the problem, right? It's a big problem. But how can I begin to shift power back towards the local and state level? It's going to take a reassertion of that constitutional authority for it to matter.
Nicely done. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Dana Chisholm. I am a. So my name is.
We can hear you okay.
So my name is Dana Chisholm. I'm a rising senior at Williams College.
I'm originally from Jamaica. So coming to America for the first time in 2016 to now being a rising senior at Williams College in Massachusetts, it was a very big transition for me. I grew up in a very rural community in Jamaica, very bad roads, and I would just see community members coming together to pull together resources to fix the roads and to address issues like that. However, since being at Williams College, I remember my first year, I was in a political science class, and one of the remarks that a student made in the class was, I hope no one thinks differently about what was said. And I thought differently, but in the moment I was just very self-conscious, shy, thinking I'm an international student. Do I want to get the waters rough or not? So I didn't. But last summer I was here for another internship, and I was just so amazed at how students and everyone was able to interact, even though we were from different ends of the political spectrum. So after going back to Williams in the fall of last year, I started a chapter of the Alexander Hamilton Society, and so far we've been able to have more political discussions, and having a semester of experience now, I'm really looking forward to what can happen. So even before we reach, or political leaders reach the caucus, what do you think that institutions can be doing to ensure that political leaders aren't trained to be bipartisan when they're having those conversations, when they're in elected office, but learning those skills before, we're all here right now doing?
Wonderful question. Anyone want to take it?
Well, I would just say, I think it's, the example that you just shared is we need a lot more of that. I think the intuition that that we can fix things once people get to Washington or once they take on these roles is wrong. It's certainly we should strive to improve what's happening here, but to the extent that we can solve the problems and we can invest in formation early, we're going to make a lot more progress. And I'm encouraged by your example and your courage to go back to the college and represent a diversity of ideas. We've got real problems in our society today, and anybody who thinks that they have a monopoly on the truth and the answer just needs to look around. I mean, it's not working very well. David mentioned Frederick Douglass, we can learn so much from. Douglass talked about the freedom of speech and how important it was for progress in our country. And the line that has always stuck with me is he talked about silencing a speaker as doing a double harm. We focus on the harm that it does to the speaker. The speaker's not allowed to express his or her opinion, but the other harm is on the listener. Even if that person is hearing something that they disagree with, or even if they're hearing something that's wrong, they can learn more about their own ideas, or they can learn about somebody else's ideas. And it's that kind of synthesis of knowledge that's going to be required to come up with new ideas to solve our problems. And the more that we can be cultivating that disposition, the better our society is going to be, and the better we're going to see people when they show up here in DC.
Manu Meal, who's 26, started Bridge USA. It's worth looking up. Over 100 chapters on college campuses. Some of you are shaking your heads. Bring students together across all sorts of ideological differences, not just to talk and sharpen their arguments, because listening to another side sharpens your own argument, and learn how to be civil, but also then to go in a local community and actually tackle a problem together, because when you're in a foxhole with someone solving a problem, you take a different view of them, I think, over time. So thank you for what you're doing in the Alexander Hamilton program. Other questions? Yes, sir, back there.
Sure. Long time in the bridging civil discourse.
Oh, good.
The trend line I've seen people picking up is the information deluge.
Yeah.
As like the absolute flood upon tsunami, pick your superlative, that nobody can keep up with the counterpoints, let alone their own points.
Yeah.
And hence enclaves and filter bubbles of the natural recourse. The other tie in there, I've seen a lot of conversation around epistemic commons, restitching that, and et cetera, et cetera. Can you comment on that side of the cognitive burden that is, frankly, unprecedented in human history?
Yeah, big question. I was actually going to tie into the next question I was going to ask. So in addition to that, looking at, so thank you, the algorithms that are, because the way we're wired, further dividing people in silos, the epidemic of isolation and loneliness that causes the U.S. Surgeon General to come out with a prescription for America, and then this politics of tremendous, almost fueling hate-fueled violence trends are off the charts. How do we think about civil society in that kind of environment, including the volume of information flooding, our screens and iPhones and TV screens every day?
Yeah, so I don't think that the right strategy is to try to fight the algorithm with like a better algorithm. I think what we need is a shift to what are the forums offline that enable us to connect in ways that are impossible to do in a digital environment. The social media, I think, really rewards outrage, right? Clicks and an emotion that is often very unproductive. Civic associations reward belonging. Also a powerful emotion, but one that leads to solutions, that leads to creative new ideas. And so in thinking about what are the tools that we need in order to create more of that belonging, I think we need to be looking at what are the meaningful offline experiences and interactions that we can create and help invite a diversity of people into in order to help them get to know each other and connect with each other before we train them to argue with each other and hate each other. Just a few weeks ago, we brought 100 elected officials from across the country to DC for 4 days, like in DC in the middle of July with people who you probably disagree with, so you must think they're all crazy, but they learned so much from one another and felt a sense of, oh, you're also doing this hard job. You're also trying to raise a 3-year-old while figuring out how to serve your constituents with not enough funding to decide between like this road or this school. And in addition to some of those like substantive, like how do we actually like wrestle with issues, what are some of the cultural things that help people feel a sense of belonging? Like we went to karaoke. That's a very strange thing to imagine is ultimately going to lead to a piece of bipartisan legislation, but I guarantee it allows people to see each other as fellow humans, to feel a sense of connection that is just not possible if you are exclusively engaging from behind a screen. And so I think we're not going to be able to put the toothpaste back in the tube. I think there's a huge role for technology to enable us connecting, but it should be helping that human first sort of connectivity. I think the last thing I'll say to that is people change institutions, but relationships change people. And that's what we should be orienting towards.
Love it. When I asked Ted Kennedy and Orrin Hatch, you know, very liberal to very conservative, how over 34 years they had the closest relationship in the Senate and got all this work on a bipartisan basis done. Each of them told me independently the same answer: Bible group, Bible study with their spouses. Really got to know each other. Let's get a whole bunch of questions and then we'll try to take them on. And so we'll go to you, and let's start with you.
My name is Holland Pankey. I just graduated from the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, and I actually just moved up to New York. But UNCG is predominantly a low-income and first-generation serving institution. We are actually the #1 school for social mobility in North Carolina. And with that, a lot of students, they're full-time students, and they're also working part-time, and many students are working full-time. And myself included, and so many students, they want to be involved, they care about the communities they live in, they see both the negative and positive impacts of legislation at the state and federal level impacting their communities. How do you recommend these students who have given so much to just try and get through their degree and don't really have the time for themselves to even do something, to get involved in community and to find spaces where they can still make an impact without it being another toll or burden added to them?
Great question.
One quick thought on that, and I want to tie it into your experience at Williams, if I could. I think, and then issue a challenge to all of you when you go back to your campuses. I bet that many of those students are already more involved than they think in that community building. They may not have named it. Providing childcare within a family group. Volunteering in maybe not 10-hour blocks, but in other ways. And so we sometimes think of this as a big or almost a boiling the ocean kind of thing. So there probably is more of that. The data point that I wanted to give you all about high school right now is 56% of high school students feel comfortable disagreeing with their peers. That means that 2 out of 5 are not. And so your experience is, I think, probably not so atypical across college campuses. And we see that now happening in a kind of great quieting. Remember, negative affective polarization pushes people into withdrawal. When you go back to your campus, whatever kind of a campus it is, I challenge you to do 2 things. 1, pick that person that kind of annoys you a little bit and go to lunch with them, sit with them, have a conversation, pick an issue, but don't talk about the issue first. Find out who they are as a human being. Ask them how their summer was. And you might be challenged in that. Don't do it mediated by a screen. The second thing is, whatever location your campus is, urban, rural, suburban, think about something that you can be involved in that local community. It might require you to go off campus and be involved in that community, but you'll see, I think, real dividends. And by not trying to boil the ocean, what young people are doing is they boil the ocean, it fails, then they see that the democratic project is too hard and they can give up. When you're doing it at the local level, it builds a kind of resilience.
I love it. You got an assignment, and it's a
Can I
hopeful
add
one.
David's
Yes,
assignment? Because that was so
please.
good. Bring a friend.
Yeah.
You all, most of you raised your hand when I asked you if you were already involved, but bring a friend. And then ask them to bring a friend. and so on. And that's ultimately, to your point, Bridge, that's how we change the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I add
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
assignment
You
too, very
sure
quickly?
can.
Which is just don't wait. Like, do it today. Do you all have each other's personal phone numbers? Find one person in this room today that you don't know and exchange phone numbers or whatever, like Instagram handles.
Good. Yes, you had a question.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Anya Raman. I'm a rising junior at the University of Michigan. Go Blue. And a question I had for you is, I'm really appealing to you for some advice. I am with the Reagan Institute this summer, and the reason why is because I wanted to work with folks who see the world differently from me. My classmates have heard this ad nauseum at this point. But, you know, when I come back, outside of my friend group at Michigan, when I speak to folks in the larger U of M community about the positive experiences I've had going to events across the aisle, you know, the legislative work I've conducted with folks at organizations that do things radically differently than I might do, I get met with a lot of disdain. The other day, I heard a statement that kind of jarred me. It was, you know, Anya, that's great, and I love that for you, but I want to live a, insert party here, free life. And I was like, you know, you can't really do that. So I guess what I'm wondering is, like, I myself am making these bipartisan connections, and I see value in it. But how do we begin to melt the ice and warm others up to the idea that there is value in speaking to those on the other side?
Self-interest rightly understood is one answer Tocqueville gave, but what do you think?
I think you underestimate the power that you have to ripple to other people in the choices you make, in the way that you laugh or don't laugh at a joke, at the way that you reach out a helping hand to somebody who's maybe different from you and model what that gives you, and the stories that you tell, and the joy that you have in your life because you're not holding this sort of like bitter brick of coal in your heart because you're suffering from deep affective polarization to such an extent that you've forgotten what you're for. I think that if every person just controlled what they did without worrying about how other people were thinking or how they were going to react, we would make such a difference. And it feels small. It feels like not enough. I do it too. I work with politicians and I tell my friends, like, no, they're really good. And people say, yeah, okay, I'm sure. But the fact that you keep showing up, that you keep going into these rooms, that your friends trust you and you trust, you know, X person, I guarantee you that that has a ripple effect, and don't underestimate the power that you have to influence those around you.
I want to double down on that. It's so important. Social change happens very, very slow, and then it happens fast. And the people that are talking directly to you, they may or may not come along with this perspective, but I am confident, I'm sure, that many of them around you who are not speaking up are watching your example, and they're getting a little bit more courage every time you do that to do what you're doing. And I think that's how these things tend to happen. And so it doesn't surprise me that a student from the University of Michigan would have that kind of courage, because as an alum, I have to say. But good for you. I mean, congratulations. That's exactly, I think, what more people need to be doing.
And melt the ice. Other questions? Yes. Melt the ice between Michigan and Ohio State, by the way.
I'm from Ohio, so I don't know.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
That's all right. Go Buckeyes. So not a student, but I hang out with them. I'm at the University of Delaware, Tim Schaefer. So I'll say this quickly. Something got said earlier, I think a couple versions of, like, paraphrasing, older generations have kind of messed up. Younger folks, you got to sort of pick it up, make it work. And I was thinking about the other thing you said, Brandon, about the swim meet. I also time at that 7 a.m. thing.
Yeah,
and I think
early.
about that because you're hanging out with a bunch of different people, but you're also hanging out, those swim teams, if you're not familiar with them, they're from kids who are about 5 years old to about 18. And I think about the sense of us not always just working sort of flat with our peers, but also in a more intergenerational sort of way.
Yeah.
So for me, part of it, and there's a question, part of it is like, yes, there's a lot of responsibility and expectation for those who are coming behind us to sort of pick up or work together. But can you speak to any models where you have seen young people not just feeling the responsibility or the burden of taking on what we've messed up, but where they have worked with others, whether it's intergenerational or more dynamic, that could be maybe a motivation or something that could inspire them a little bit to where it doesn't feel like I have to fix something that's broken.
I think, Bridge, you talked about the important work of More Perfect. Brian, you talked about Be the People. Universal civic learning is the first pillar of More Perfect. There's an experiment going on called the National Civic Bee. And this has a component that you can see on YouTube where it's the questions that they have to stand and deliver on. But what you don't see on YouTube is the first day. And that's young people who are 6th, 7th, and 8th graders coming together. They have a problem in their local community. They have an hour to try to figure it out. That's the group work. And then they present it to a group of adult judges. What's interesting about this is this makes up 20% of their individual score. Here's where the intergenerational component seems to be coming in. As these young people are preparing for the civics bee, they're roping in their parents. And their parents, they seem probably a little nervous, right? Because they're going to be on the spot a little bit to help them, and they're a little worried, am I going to come up with the right answers? But we're starting to see perhaps a trickle-up effect. We also see that with some of the projects. You talked about service, right? Yeah. When you're going into the community, it shouldn't be with just other youth and hanging out with other young people. Go in and go across generations. I think that's the best way and why I was encouraging so much activity. That art of association in the local community is almost guaranteed to be more intergenerational than just working on a campus.
Awesome. We only have 3 minutes left. Unfortunately, you've all been very patient. I loved your question. We need to bring Moneyball to government. Like, look at what is the evidence of effectiveness. When I was in the White House, less than $1 out of every 100 in domestic discretionary spending had even the most basic evidence behind it. And so, consistent with limited government and what President Reagan advocated, we need to look carefully at how the state is spending. I want to end with this question. Robert Putnam not only wrote Bowling Alone, he wrote The Upswing, which is the best evidence-based case I've seen that an explosion of voluntary associations and community-based enterprise at the turn of the last century, when we had the same gloomy trends we had today, led to a 60-year upswing in greater political cooperation, economic equality, social trust, institutional trust, and a measurable culture of we instead of a culture of narcissism. Given that, any final thoughts from each of you about what we can do very concretely from the civic decade, celebrating the 250th of the Declaration, which we just did, to the 250th of the Constitution in 2037, of course, the Bill of Rights, 4 years later, that can be very concrete in terms of revitalizing our civic life like we did at the turn of the last century. No pressure. Who wants to go first?
I think punch through the collective illusion that we're under right now. We've talked a lot about that. Go back to your campuses, do some of the things that we talked about, and then push yourself one step further into that joining. Make yourself a little bit uncomfortable in how you are challenging your own viewpoints too. Don't wear them so heavy that you can't recognize that they can be falsifiable.
Beautiful. Brian?
I think it's important to understand that we are at a moment, like Putnam wrote about at Upswing. We're at a moment where the institutions that we've relied on to help us live well together are not up to the task. And so how are we going to find the future? How are we going to find the institutions and build the institutions that will allow us to continue as a civilization, as a civil society? It's not going to happen by accident. It's going to take the intentional actions of people like all of us and everyone to discover what those institutions will look like going forward. And so when you're joining something, when you're doing whatever it is that you all are doing, I think it's important you recognize that it's not just that you're solving that problem, but you're helping to set an example, you're helping to test out what works and what doesn't as we sort of engage in this building of the future together. And if you understand that your actions are literally that profound and that what you do matters and that the example that you set is meaningful and has real consequences for our future, and then you tell a friend, and then you tell other people about what you're doing and encourage them to get engaged. I mean, again, this is the story of our country, and it's up to each one of us to help kind of write the next chapter.
That's great. Layla?
We had researchers from Vanderbilt and UVA take a list of our future caucus members and compare them to other members of the legislature. And they came back and they told us, wow, people who are part of this civic infrastructure, part of a coalition of people who think differently from them, are 24% more effective than the other lawmakers. And so if there's one concrete thing that I would say is that building coalitions, engaging with people who think differently from you, joining something that pushes you is a leadership strength. It is a source of being able to solve the problems that you want to solve. There is evidence behind the fact that this works, and you should see it as a source of power and not something that you should hide or something you should be afraid of.
It's awesome. I'll just end with, we just celebrated the 250th of the Declaration, and whenever people say to me, oh, I can't do that, I remind them that Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration in 17 days while also drafting the Virginia Constitution and attending the Continental Congress from 8 in the morning to 10 at night. And the wonderful thing about that mystical notion of the pursuit of happiness, Adams and Jefferson agreed it wasn't just an individual right, but a cooperative enterprise we help one another achieve. So join those associations, start those Alexander Hamilton societies, and please thank this wonderful panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next panel, Executive Dialogue, the Changing News Media Ecosystem and the Implications for Civil Discourse. Please welcome to the stage Fred Ryan of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, and our distinguished panelists.
Thank you, and welcome everybody. For our panelists, you should know we had Supreme Court Justice this morning, we had Governor, we had some sports superstars, some leaders of the civility space, and they're all a warm-up act for you guys. So,
perfect.
Well, thank you for joining us. These are three working journalists who are now leading major news organizations and playing a key role in shaping the media model for the future. And next to me is Sam Feist, CEO of C-SPAN. For many years, he headed CNN's DC bureau. He is the impresario of presidential debates. If you've seen on television the debate at the Reagan Library with Air Force One, that is a Sam Feist production. Thank you, Sam. He created the popular C-SPAN show Ceasefire, which we're going to ask him in a few minutes to tell us a little bit more about that. Welcome, Sam.
Thanks, Fred.
Next is Steve Hayes. Steve is co-founder of The Dispatch. He was previously at National Journal, The Weekly Standard. He's an author, television commentator, and podcaster, and he has hosted some of the Reagan Foundation's Common Ground Forum series. So thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Fred.
And Jim Vandehei, co-founder of Axios, co-founder of Politico, where we work together. He's at the Washington Post, Roll Call, other major news outlets. He's the author of Smart Brevity and Just the Good Stuff. And I would say he's co-author of a column every night called Finish Line, which if you haven't seen it, I would urge you to check it out. It's very good in terms of guidance to be more civil in our daily lives. So welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I thought I'd start off with the easy subject of decline of trust in media. So, Jim, let me just say, I did a little research. I noticed in 1997, you began your media career at Roll Call. That same year, Gallup survey showed that public trust in news media being 53%. It has steadily declined since then, and now it's at a record low of 28%. Some polls show it even lower. Now, I'm not saying that your time as a journalist caused that, but it has tracked your career. So could you give your thoughts, and seriously, why do you think there's a decline in trust in media? And even more importantly, what can we do for media to regain trust?
Yeah, I think you say it half jokingly, but I think we are a little bit involved in that. If you think about the arc of when we started Politico, almost to the day that we started Politico, the iPhone came out. And right around then, Facebook took off. X, or Twitter back then, took off. And so pre that, you didn't have social media and you didn't have people hooked up to their phone. The minute that you had that dynamic happen, suddenly we all started to OD on politics. People were getting a lot of it, and the people who had the most obnoxious opinions or the loudest voices tended to rise inside of the algorithms, and that really changed the atmosphere for news. And suddenly, way more people were involved in the news, and sort of the stakes of shaping the news rose. And I'm not saying media, we didn't make mistakes, we certainly did along the way. I feel like, I spent a lot of time thinking about this, reverse engineering it. I don't think our species was designed to be able to stare at a phone all day, every day, ingest information, have an algorithm understand your mind better than you do, give you more of what you want, whether you even know that you want it, and not to have some kind of adverse effect to it. And so I think you had that happen, and then you had it happen at a time where you have just divided government and things constantly change, and you have a turnover in power, so the stakes rise. As stakes rise, I think emotions rise. And so suddenly you had this stew, and it really led to sort of a toxicity across all institutions, but certainly in politics and in the media. I think for Republicans in particular, it became very convenient, even pre-then, to basically blame the media, say the media was leftist, and in many cases it was left of center, and use that as a way to raise money and to raise emotions on their own side. And so I think you sit here today, and I think one of the things that worries me most for your generation is it's not just the decline of media, it's that nobody trusts almost anything. It's the military, it's the FBI, it's government, it's business, it's media. And when you don't have some institutions that bind us together in some common truth, it just gets harder to make this beautiful democracy and capitalism function the way that it should. And so I think the burden falls on all of us. It certainly is going to fall big on your generation in terms of, okay, well, how do we fix this? How do we use technology? How do we use freedom? How do we use expression? How do we use democracy and capitalism to kind of right whatever's gone wrong over the last 20 years?
I would just add, Fred, in the middle of all that, as you described it, Jim, and perhaps as a result of the rise of social media, journalists who, in many ways, for so many years, were more anonymous. Ted Turner, my former boss, used to say, it's not about us, meaning the presenters, it's about the news. Well, social media helped change that, because then many journalists were encouraged by their editors and executives to develop a personal brand, weigh in on social media. I want to see how many followers you have on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram. Yep. And I think that did journalism a great disservice, because in my opinion, it's not about us. It is about the news. My job is to report, not to give you my hot take or my opinion. Social media encouraged reporters, their editors encouraged reporters to to build your brand on social media. I think that was terrible for journalism and terrible for trust in journalism, because this notion that a journalist reporting should be as politically agnostic as possible doesn't really work when they're sounding off on social media doing the opposite.
Steve, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I actually agree with a lot of what both Jim and Sam have said. I would date the sort of the ground laying for the coming trust problems that we have seen over the past decade or 2 decades. I would backdate that a while. I do think that there was pretty significant ideological bias in the media. I went to Columbia's Graduate School of Journalism. This is way, way back. When I went there, I'm a conservative. I've been a conservative my whole life, sort of Ronald Reagan conservative. When I went to Columbia, there were 252 students in the class, as I recall. This was for grad school. And I went there just to learn how to become a better reporter, a better writer. I wanted to be a better magazine journalist. And I showed up there, and by my count, there were 2 other conservatives at Columbia out of the 252 students. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody else was sort of some raging left-wing activist, but a lot of them were. Yep. And then we all graduate, and many of them, the people, they're friends. They were friends then, they're friends now. But the people that I would go and get beers with and eat wings with at night, and we would have intense, ferocious ideological debates, would then go write front page stories for the New York Times. And I would think, this person's more ideological than I am, and I'm an ideological person. I'm writing, I was writing for the Weekly Standard at the time. So I think Republicans, conservatives looked at the way the mainstream media covered, particularly politics, but politics and culture and things, and thought, these people don't reflect my values, and they often mock them. And so when you had these changes brought on by social media, and I would say certainly accelerated in the Donald Trump era, who began very early saying the media are the enemy of the American people, people were ready to believe it. And now I think Trump has way exaggerated it, and I think he's been, really awful in some of the things he said about the media. But he started from a place where he had, masses of conservatives and Republicans ready to believe what he was saying.
Just continuing, Steve, we could. The Dispatch was launched to be a place for thoughtful, center-right thinkers. In a world where people are wondering about the orientation of various media outlets, what do you do in terms of transparency to give people a sense of what perspective you bring?
Yeah, it's a great question. So one of the reasons we started the Dispatch in 2019 and announced that we were coming from the center-right was it relates to some of the things I was just saying. The New York Times says all the news fit to print, and then I know many of the New York Times reporters, really good reporters, by the way. I mean, I still think the New York Times is the best newspaper in the world. I tell our reporters to go read the New York Times to find out what's going on. But many of the reporters that I would report alongside, they'd be on trips with Jim and I when we covered Vice President Cheney on overseas trips, were coming from the left, and they weren't being honest about where they were coming from. we decided that we wanted to just announce to people, hey, we're center right. You know, conservative, I came from the Weekly Standard. We were a conservative magazine. Conservative means a lot of different things to a lot of different people these days. So we decided to broadly describe ourselves as center right. But if you go and you talk to, we've got a couple of our dispatch interns in the room today, if you ask them or you ask me or ask anybody else who works at the dispatch, what does it mean to be center right? Well, we've got a wide variety of views at the dispatch about what that means. But we wanted to basically be straight with our readers and say, hey, this is broadly where we're coming from. You should understand us this way. But what we are not in any way is partisan. And I think one of the worst things that's happened in the media over the past 2 decades, really the past decade, is the media themselves have become more partisan, carrying the banner for Democrats or Republicans. We're never going to do that. We have no interest in doing that. And we published this thing on our very first day. We cleverly called it, "What Are We Doing?" It was our first post, and it just explained what we're doing. And we said, don't come here. If you think you're going to come here and just nod your head along because we come from the right, don't come here. Like, we're not your place. We're going to challenge your views. We test our own assumptions. We want you to test your assumptions, share our stuff with people who will disagree with us, give us constructive feedback, rip us if you need to, but we want to have a big debate about these things. But we're going to be straight with you about where we're coming from.
Sam, first off, thank you for covering us on C-SPAN today. I know it's been a very busy week. We're delighted to be part of the programming, which is what I wanted to ask you about. You cover events in their entirety. You don't edit like other media organizations need to. So much of the decision is made when you decide what to cover. Could you talk a little about how you make those decisions?
Sure. Our tagline, if you will, is democracy unfiltered. So the idea is that we want to give the American people, our viewers, an event without us putting the thumb on the scale. We don't, and some people get upset with us, we don't fact check. We don't tell you who's right and wrong. That's not our mission. Our mission is to work to get access for our cameras into events that touch America's democracy that we think are important. It starts with Congress. We fought hard to get access to Congress. That's why people can see the House of Representatives and the Senate. Committee hearings, confirmation hearings. As we were here today, of course, we covered Lindsey Graham's funeral here in Washington. So it starts with important government events involving Congress, the President, the Supreme Court. And then after that, we want to bring our audiences a balance of events from the left, from the right, from the center. Sometimes it's the UN Security Council. Sometimes it's the Conservative Political Action Committee Conference. Sometimes it's the Center for American Progress Conference. So the two I just gave you an example of, from the right, from the left. We don't try to put a clock on it. If you watch C-SPAN over time, when there is a Democrat in the presidency, we will probably have more events that involve Democrats because the cabinet is Democrat, the president's Democrat, the vice president's Democrat. If a Republican is in the presidency, the reverse is true. But what we aim to do is try to make sure that we have a balance of events, important events, newsworthy events, events that we think our audience needs to see, deserves to see in their entirety. If you missed part of it, you can find it on our website and our archive. And then beyond that, as many events as we can. We have 3 24-hour networks, so we have some room for events like that the Reagan Foundation might host, or that the Brookings Institution might host, or campaign events around the country. We're in the middle of midterm, so we're covering as many competitive races as we can. We cover. We're covering events in Maine. First it was the primary, then it was the nominee Graham Plattner. Then this weekend we covered the Democratic Convention to replace Graham Plattner. Interestingly, Susan Collins hasn't held many events. We don't not cover the Democrat because someone on the other side isn't holding events. We're open-minded. So it's more art than science, but that's the way we think about it.
And you've launched a new program, Ceasefire, which I think I was sharing with you. It's the only show that I've heard members of Congress brag about being on. It's a badge. It's like an honor that they pass that.
Yeah.
Could you tell us about Ceasefire?
Sure. So I'll go back a little bit. for many years at CNN, I was the producer of Crossfire. Crossfire was a fun political debate program, to some extent a knockdown, drag-out debate. I don't think the word civility and Crossfire would be mentioned in the same sentence, so that wouldn't really fit. But legendary hosts, Robert Novak, Tucker Carlson, Pat Buchanan on the right, on the left, Geraldine Ferraro, former vice presidential nominee, Tom Braden, Michael Kinsley, James Carville. And it was a great debate show, but what it did not seek or find or accomplish was common ground, civil discourse. When he left Crossfire, one of the hosts, Michael Kinsley, a sort of legendary political progressive editor, said, "Hey, Sam, one day you should produce a different show, not Crossfire, call it Ceasefire. Find a Republican and a Democrat, maybe who are friends, that are working together, trying to accomplish something, because, as the phrase goes, we as Americans almost always agree on more than we disagree, but it never shows up on television," and he believed that. And so I had that voice in my head for about 20 years, got to C-SPAN beginning of last year, and now we have a program on every week called Ceasefire, and that's the idea of the program. We find a Republican and a Democrat, policymakers, who hopefully are friends and have a mutual respect. They come on, they look for some common ground. I think more important than anything, they demonstrate to people across the country, which is harder to find these days, that Democrats and Republicans can be friends. You don't have to hate or dislike a family member or a neighbor just because they have a different yard sign than you do. And to some extent, maybe part of it is that I'm paying penance for Crossfire. I'm not sure.
It's interesting as we look at the group here, you cover events start to finish. The Dispatch goes a little bit more towards longer form, and then Axios has been so successful because of smart brevity. Jim, could you talk a little about that, and how do you simplify without oversimplifying complex issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to get people to pay attention to complex topics. I think that most stories, in my experience, even if I was critiquing us at Politico, weren't always written in the best interest of the reader. They weren't always the most efficient, most linear, most helpful way for the reader. So when we started Axios, we thought, okay, if you needed to know a lot more across more topics, what would be the best way to achieve that? Well, the answer was you wanted the smartest possible content delivered as efficiently as possible. And we came up with this concept of smart brevity. And it worked. It really resonated. And it resonated both with your general consumer, but also people with immense amount of power in politics and media, business, and in technology. And now we've been able to scale it into local news. And for us, I think the other trick was, and it's a little bit kind of what Sam was talking about, we wanted to do everything in our power to try to persuade persuadable people. And I don't think there's always a ton of hyper news consumers who are persuadable, but our goal was to do that. So we didn't have an opinion page. We ask every single employee at our company, whether you're a technologist, marketer, or reporter, to not express yourself publicly on political topics in any way. And most people have adhered to that beautifully. And then we ask people just to report like a doctor would do their job. There's not a Republican cancer or a liberal cancer. There's just cancer. And you want to be able to talk about these topics, try to get to the closest approximation of the truth, distill it for people so that they can make decisions. And I think we've been able to navigate a really difficult Washington. I think we're pretty tough on Trump, but I haven't done the numbers. But if I had to add up all the conversations he's done on the record with Barack Ravid, we probably had more interviews with Trump by far than any other publication. Does he gripe about a lot of stuff that we do? He sure does, but I also think that they know that we put a lot of investment into reporters who really have domain expertise and know what they're talking about. And ultimately, that's one of the great lessons of journalism. I think we learned it at Politico. People are going to whine, and people are going to say things, and people might say things in public they don't even actually believe. But if you get to the closest approximation of the truth, if people realize that you kind of got the goods, that you know what you're talking about, they'll continue to talk to you. They'll continue to want to have conversations with you because they're going to want to shape the news. And that's what people in this town are constantly trying to do. And I just think you're at such an interesting spot in media right now for information consumption. I'd be curious how you all think about this. Because from my perspective, as someone who's been way too in the weeds of media for too long, there's never been more good content than ever before. and there's never been more terrible content than before. And I actually think the good is getting way better and the bad is getting way crappier. And what I mean by that is, if you look at your feed, it's just like, oh my gosh, there's so much garbage, so much noise. But if you then step back and say, give me a topic you care about, something complex, artificial intelligence, think about longevity, think about the future of energy, what's going to happen with new energy sources, solar. If you want to learn about those topics and you just spend a little bit of time trying to figure out who are the smartest people in the world on those topics, you can find them unfiltered on podcast or YouTube videos saying exactly what they know with a level of expertise that we as reporters would only have dreamed of having access to 20 years ago, and it's available to all of us. So on the one hand, that's information nirvana. It doesn't get any better than that. The amount of high quality information that I can input into my brain today is exponentially higher than it was 5 or 10 years ago. The problem and the defect in this system, and artificial intelligence is going to make this a lot worse, is that it puts all the burden on you. No one's going to be your information hero. You're your information hero. If you pick the right sources, the right podcasts, the right people to follow, you will create a bionic brain. If you let the algorithms and ultimately let the LLMs dictate how you think, you're going to have a big, mushy brain. And that's going to be your choice. And I can't think of anyone who's going to step in and fix it for you. Like, we as the individual have to fix it. We as content providers can give you more good content to choose from, but ultimately you're the one who has to choose it.
If there was one thing I would add to that, and my hope for media consumers, talk about the evolution of the ecosystem, and you said the word trustworthy sources. Americans don't check the source of what's in their feed. They're scrolling and they see a piece of video that they think is real and it's amazing. It could be a politician saying something that, by the way, if it's not from a reliable source, there's not a bad chance that it was actually AI manipulated, invented. By the way, every single pet video, not every single, a huge majority of the animal videos you see on your feed, they're not real. They're just not real. So apply that to politics. There's so much garbage out there, but there's a pretty easy fix. Check the source, go to the source, get it from there, and you're going to be a lot smarter. But Americans of all ages don't do that.
And the thing that has changed, which maybe you're just used to because you're younger than we are, this was not true 5 years ago. This happens every single day in my life, that I get a text from somebody who I would consider exceptionally talented, exceptionally knowledgeable, sending me crap that's not real, or sending me something saying, oh, this is really interesting, if real. You never did that before. Like, the fact that smart people are sharing content that they don't know is real.
And they're not embarrassed about it when it's not real.
When it's not real. And the tell back then, which I think we paid some attention to, not enough. In 2016, at the end of the election, they did a poll. They said, where did you get the vast majority of your information in the 30 days before the election if you voted? So I think it was 60% of people said we got it on Facebook. It turned out that 19 of the 20 stories that had the broadest reach on Facebook in that month before the election were fake. So most people went to vote informed based on fake information. That was like the first, like, whoa, Houston, we got a big old issue here. And I don't know that we've cleaned it up a ton.
Let's talk a little bit about content. Maybe, Steve, you could start this off. Outrage has become a business model in media. For certain cable opinion shows, we see it constantly. As divisive as it is for society, it's an effective business model. That you have outrage leads to clicks or viewers, and that leads to revenue. How do you feel these models are contributing to the decline of our civility and cluttering up our politics, and what can we do about it?
Yeah, there's no question that that's the case, and I think maybe one of the best examples is Tucker Carlson. And if you look at what Tucker Carlson has done over the past 15 years, Tucker Carlson gave a speech that was famous to those of us in Washington who follow such things closely in 2009. He had done a bunch of TV shows. He'd been a host of Crossfire.
He worked with you at the Weekly Standard?
He was, yeah, we overlapped at the Weekly Standard. And in 2009, he'd done a bunch of interesting things, and he decided really the thing to do was for somebody on the right to start a facts-first, reporting-heavy news organization that could sort of rival the New York Times in that it was doing its own reporting. It wasn't just commenting on what the mainstream media was doing. So he gave a speech at CPAC, this Conservative Political Action Conference, in 2009. A year later, launches the Daily Caller. And within a couple months, as information was being provided free, nobody had figured out quite how to monetize these things yet, he could see that the stories that did the best in terms of traffic were the outrage stories, were the things, there was one suggested that Harry Reid was a pedophile or something. It did really, really well. And it wasn't true, and if you read into the story, it didn't even pretend to be true. It just slapped a headline on, got people to click, and it came through. So the Daily Caller launched as the right's answer, the alternative to the New York Times, and quickly, within months, became a place that was friendly to these kinds of conspiracies, clickbait headlines, what have you. And then Tucker himself goes from the Daily Caller, he goes to Fox News, he gets a show, he starts dabbling in, builds an audience. He's incredibly talented. I think he's very smart and he's very talented. He builds an audience, but the way that he builds an audience is by selling outrage and by making claims across the board on every issue conceivable that they are out to get you. And he would sometimes not really back him up. There was at one point, the country was going to be taken over by gypsies in Pennsylvania, and it was I think a multi-night show he did. And you could just watch him sort of gain followers, as you say, get more traffic to whatever it was he was doing, and embrace sort of crazier and crazier things. And I think now we've seen kind of where Tucker's ended up.
I will say on that, though, I feel like we dodged a bullet as a country, because I think if you had asked me a year ago, my biggest concern was that MAGA media would remain extremely united and that Elon Musk would stay extremely focused on amplifying what was happening on MAGA media. And what MAGA did is at that time, they treated information as warfare. And Steve Bannon would talk very openly about it. Like everything flows down from information, and they really did have this warlike mentality. What happened was that entire industry of MAGA media, the podcasters, all kind of started having infighting and then devolved into their own kind of conspiratorial territory and fragmented and basically weakened what could have been a very, very, very powerful machine, particularly had they been able to utilize X as like the main platform into people's minds. And I think I think we're going to look back, and that is going to be a shift that probably gives you opportunities, probably gives Republicans some opportunity to think differently than Trump post-Trump.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch, fun to watch. I think you described it exactly the right way, but it is interesting for me to see some of the people who were the biggest amplifiers, sometimes creators, but certainly amplifiers of these conspiracy theories over the past several years are now writing like chin-stroking think pieces on the harm that can come from conspiracy theories because they're subjected to the conspiracies. So there's sort of a built-in irony there.
Sam, thoughts on that?
Well, so you mentioned MAGA media. One of, I think, the other really unfortunate realities that we now face is that we have sorted ourselves in this country in so many ways. Community groups, school groups, media ecosystems. So now, today, particularly on television, Democrats watch a certain set of outlets, Republicans watch another set of outlets. They're not the same. And what we're left with is that Democrats and Republicans are watching different things, so they have seemingly different realities. The Republican outlets are not really showing, or the outlets that many Republicans watch are not really showing the Democratic message in a fulsome way, maybe even the middle ground message, and the same is happening on the other side. So, the days, I don't want to be completely nostalgic for the days of 3 television networks and Walter Cronkite, but at least we and our parents were watching the same thing, and that is not happening. And that is why neighbors watching one set of media and another neighbor watching something completely different think that the other one's crazy because they don't have a shared set of experience and a shared set of facts. And I don't know how we bridge that in a fractured media ecosystem, but the sorting by party or by ideology, particularly in television viewing, I think is really is really troublesome for
Well,
America.
I would ask either of you that like to answer that, how does a democracy work if we don't have agreed upon facts? How can you debate something if the other side denies that it even exists? How do we have the model that our founders, we had Justice Gorsuch this morning talking about the model the founders intended, but built into it was disagreement, but you can't have effective disagreement unless you can agree on at least on what the facts are.
Yeah, well, I mean, both Jim and Sam mentioned this earlier. Part of what we're seeing is a supply side problem, right? There's so much more information. You can get anything you want. Some of it's true, some of it's not true, some of it's AI, some of it's conspiracy, some of it's really good. There's also a demand side problem. People want that stuff.
I know.
That is something that we've seen increasingly over the past several years. And as Jim says, you have to make a choice. You can be your, what did you call it, news hero? You have to be a choice. You have to make a choice to say, I want better information. I'm not going to be content to just take what the algorithm feeds me because it knows that I clicked on these 5 videos yesterday. You have to make a conscious choice. And I think, look, there was a book called Amusing Ourselves to Death, written by Neil Postman in 1980, mid-80s. Terrific book. I mean, if you go back and read it now, it's like prophetic on so many levels. And it's a sort of a neo-Marxist critique, would you agree, of sort of markets and where this was going. But you know, one of his arguments was the more we are entertained by our politics and by serious and substantive things, the more difficult it's going to be for us to separate these then and to govern
outrage is entertaining.
ourselves. Because outrage is entertaining. Yeah. And I think, you know, a lot of it has, I don't mean to dodge the media responsibility for this because I think there is a lot. But certainly there's also a demand side problem and people have to make conscious decisions, say, I'm gonna do better.
I want to say, I'm going to zig from your zag in that I think that we have to separate things. There's people probably like most of us in this room who are hyper aware and hyper news consumers. And I think a lot of the things that we're talking about are true. I think what gives me hope on democracy and gives me extraordinary hope for your generation, like if I could leave you with one message, you've got to get out of this like hang dog, everything sucks. It actually doesn't. By almost every single measure, you're entering the workforce at the best time in the history of humanity and in the best country with a capitalistic system that is cooking with grease, despite all of the dumb decisions that we've made over the past 20 to 25 years. Most people, and I challenge my kids, I challenge people all the time, don't listen to us. Think about in your daily life, every year, you might meet 200, 250 people that you see enough that you can make some appraisal of their character and what type of people they are. I guarantee you, almost to a person, you'd say that 90 to 95% of those people seem pretty damn normal to you. They seem like they probably like go to Little League, or they go to church, or they help out, or they see an elderly person and they carry their groceries, or they help a neighbor shovel. That is most people. That has not change. Most people are still normal. People on your algorithm, not normal at all. People on cable TV, other than his ceasefire show, I guess, everyone else, they're all nuts. But
Jim's pitching to be on the show.
Yeah.
Don't let that be.
I don't know which
that's
side.
not your reality. That is not reality. And then you even think about the topics. Oh my God, people are so divided. They're not actually that divided. The people who are super duper engaged in politics are divided. But if you go down the list, immigration, deficit spending, what should we do on healthcare? There is an extraordinary amount of basic agreement on the basic direction that we should go. That's more of a political problem than it is a media problem. I don't think you can take politics out of media, but I think that is, like, when you're thinking about the building blocks for building back better, like that's it. Like you've got some really good things to work with, despite the fact of what this city might do to you.
I want to add to that, Jim. I think we just got through the 250th birthday of America. Now, I was in Washington, and Washington experienced it different because we're in this crucible of politics. We're the loudest voices of the politicians, and we've been talking about that. Just so happened that in the 2 weeks beforehand, I found myself in Connecticut, where I grew up, and then in Virginia, where I lived. And I drove all over the place, and there were as many American flags in the blue state of Connecticut as in the purple-ish, partially red state of Virginia. And one of the things that C-SPAN did over the course of America 250, we took our three networks, and we put hundreds of events from across the country on TV. Yes, we did the Washington events, but that was just actually a small part of it. We took Parades. We did July 4th parades. My favorite one was from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, because every year they have the very first July 4th parade. It's always at midnight as the clock turns to July 4th, and we put it on live. It was a quintessential Americana, and we took event after event after event. And there were, at those events, Democrats and Republicans waving the American flag. You don't know what they were because they were just there, celebrating with barbecues. And that's not what you would believe is happening if you watch the political media from here in Washington, but you know that's happening across the country. And then, for me, this is one of the hopeful things for my network. We began to put a lot of what I call Americana celebrations of our democracy on earlier this year, and that is some of the most talked about and watched content that we have, and that was really encouraging. A parade, a celebration, a concert by the Marine Band. It's encouraging for me because people want to see that, which gives me hope that what Jim has said is exactly right.
Let me ask you, we've talked a lot about fake news and about algorithms, but there is something that you do control as heads of news organizations, and that you make the judgment, or people on your behalf make the judgment on the newsworthiness of something versus the destructive value of it. And sometimes, decisions by different news organizations are made on how many tweets to report on, because the question even goes, are you normalizing, are you encouraging that behavior? So Steve, how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, we built a little bit differently on purpose, in part to address this issue. I mean, at the Dispatch, we do longer form stuff. We have said from the beginning, from our founding, we don't care about traffic. We care about traffic insofar as it leads people to come and want to subscribe to what we're doing, to join the Dispatch as members. But we don't count on scale and volume. We're not trying to monetize scale. We're not trying to create tons of volume. So we literally launched as an anti-clickbait place. And we've said to people, you're going to have to spend a little more time with our stuff. So that was kind of one way of doing that from the beginning, was just to say to people, like, this is what we're doing. I think the other thing is, if you could sort of convince people that there is a sort of higher quality of news available to them, and you consistently keep your promises with your headlines and subject lines, or the stuff you put on social media, it actually delivers what it says it's going to deliver when they click through it. I do think the market will work in this respect. I mean, the more people, I mean, I'm choosing to believe that people will opt to be better news consumers, because it's too discouraging to think that they won't. But if they do, you provide them with the kind of things, you tell them exactly what they're going to get with the headline, with the subject line, what have you. I get made fun of at the Dispatch sometimes because, especially in the early days, we would have headlines that were, borderline sexy, borderline clickbait. And I would often be the one to say, like, hey, let's tone that down a little bit, which was just not the instinct. But I think if you tell people that that's what they should expect when they come, then they will expect it. And if you do something otherwise, they'll punish you for it or they'll leave.
Jim, how do you make that balance?
I mean, from running the Post and helping run and create Politico, like, there's not a science to it, there's an art. Like, you're making decisions every single day about what is the most important topic. I think Steve's right, this idea of, like, media people sitting there think, oh, I'm just going to do clickbait. I've never had that conversation, never really even heard that conversation. There's certainly sites that do it, but not, I think, serious news sites. And a lot of it is just, we're blessed. Like, I got the coolest job in the world. Like, I get to talk to Sam Altman and Dario Amodei and the president, and you're hearing these things, and you're trying to make a determination of, like, what do you think is most important? What's going to be most durable? What are the things that are going to really affect your life 3 months from now, 6 months from now? A good example is, like, we were very early to covering artificial intelligence. Part of it was I was running a company and I was using it, and I saw the power of it maybe a little bit earlier than others did. I had access to the people creating the technology, and I had kind of some insight into what was coming down the pike. And we covered it more aggressively. We probably cover it more now than we do politics. And we're in DC and we're known for politics, yet we cover AI. Why? Because that's an editorial decision that I think that's going to be the most profound thing that you're going to deal with. It's going to infiltrate every aspect of your life, and if it already hasn't, there's not a job you're going to have, a company you're going to work at, an industry you're going to go into that's not going to be profoundly reordered as a result of it. And I happen to think personally that that is bigger than Donald Trump. It's bigger than politics of the moment. And so we then made the decision to cover it. And I think most news organizations were.
And while we're talking about AI, besides covering it, you're using it, and you came out with the protocols just recently. Can you share a little bit of that?
Yeah,
in producing your.
I'm going to give you a disclaimer that I'm not advising anyone do what I do, because I do consider myself a lab rat. I got in early. I probably use artificial intelligence a couple hours every day. I've inputted every column I've ever written, every book I've ever written, every medical record I have. It has access to my diaries, has access to my email, and I see every day the superhuman powers that it has. Like, it is like this idea that it's overhyped, it's underhyped. The technology is better than you think it is, and it's going to be way better than you think it's going to be. And then we've put it to use at our company. Basically said, hey, you're scared, we're going to give you access to it, and I'm going to bring people in to teach you how to utilize it. And I've watched young people your age, some of the most valuable people right now at my company are 22, 23, 24, AI fluent, taught themselves, no background in computer science, and now they're part of what we call our AI enablement team, where they're teaching people twice their age how to use this technology to automate stuff that they never wanted to do in the first place. Anything that can be automated, you didn't want to do. You'd much rather do things that require creativity, innovation, conversation with other people. And so I will say, when I go to college, I'm curious too, I'd love to hear from some of you after this. I go to colleges, I am horrified at what you guys are being taught. At least at the campuses I've gone to, the amount of fear that they're putting into your heads and the amount of not preparing you to at least be able to use this technology when you get out for your specific job, that's different. Don't cheat with ChatGPT. If your teacher says don't use AI, don't use AI. But the idea that you're coming out of a university not fully equipped to be the best possible worker, entering a hyper-competitive workforce where AI is going to be a foundational skill. I went to one university. I talked to 7 different classes. I did business, journalism, political science. I was so horrified that before I left, I said, could you please gather your faculty? Anybody here? I just want to have a conversation with them. And I literally sat them down and I said, I don't mean to be an ass, but whatever you're doing, stop doing it today. You're not helping these kids. You've got to be talking about this a little bit differently. You have to have more nuance. You can't just scare people. It's not going to gobble up all their water. Trust me, there's deficiencies, there's things to be worried about, but you've got to get these kids better educated more broadly about this technology.
Any other thoughts?
I mean, the same AI that Jim was describing that actually can supercharge our workforce and our economy is also providing you with all the nonsense on your scroll. So there are two sides to it, and our job in the media is to try to embrace how AI can help us tell stories, help us inform the public. At the same time, be on the lookout more and more and more, and I'm terribly worried about elections coming up, people making election decisions, not just on the nonsense Facebook post that they read in 2016, but on video that they could think is real of a candidate saying something that they never said, which can actually throw an election. We have to be on guard for that on behalf of the public, because it's not clear to me that the public is going to be on guard for it at all.
This morning, with Justice Gorsuch, talked about the Constitution. I know as people in the media space, First Amendment is very important. It's important for all of us. And in fact, last week, we saw the subpoenas that were issued and then retracted. But let me ask you, the First Amendment says freedom of the press. Well, first off, there aren't many presses in use anymore. So how will you define a journalist entitled to First Amendment press protections? So as a citizen, we have our own freedom of expression, but the unique protection of the press is somebody who's a podcaster, who's never reported a single story. Are they a journalist? Is an influencer who gets paid, who has millions of people following them and makes comments about makeup and other, are they a member of the press? How do you, as people get information from so many different sources, how would you define press today?
Hayes?
All right. The First Amendment grants us as Americans freedom of many things, speech, press, religion, et cetera. So the freedom of speech that we as journalists enjoy as journalists is no different than what a citizen enjoys. There is not a definition of journalist. There have always been independent journalists, freelance journalists who work maybe on their own, and journalists who work for larger organizations who have a team around them or with them who have editors, which for written word journalists, it's really good to have an editor. It's good to have it's good for a person to take responsibility for what they write and the facts that they write, so that their audience begins to trust them. As Steve was pointing out, there is value in that. It's not for any of us, any journalist, to define who is a journalist. But the one thing that's, for me, and C-SPAN is predominantly a video news organization, we see ourselves as as an organization whose mission is to bring cameras into places where the general public can't go because they're not either here, they're not in this room with us, they're not in the halls of Congress, they're not in the Oval Office. Our job is to be the eyes of history for the public. That is one role of the press. It's not the only role of the press, but it's one of the most important pieces, I think, of what the First Amendment gives us, so that the public across the country can be in the room where a political leader makes a statement and you can see it, hear it, read about it. And that's one of the most important pieces of the First Amendment that I believe the First Amendment conveys to all of us as journalists. But I can't define who is or is not a journalist because it's really hard to define.
But that's bigger than the journalist. Like who is a journalist? What is a media company? The reason that you should care about the First Amendment, the reason that you should fight like hell for the First Amendment, is that you go talk about the 250 years. There's something magical about this place. I don't mean to be a big homer for the country, but I'm a massive homer for the country. There's something magical after 250 years at 60%, I think, of all stock markets combined in the world right now. We're 60% of the value. There's a reason that the AI was created here first. There's a reason that we drove the creation of the internet. There's a reason that we drive drug discovery. There's something about the mixture of freedom, which flows from democracy, capitalism, which animates our markets, but then the free press giving a transparency to democracy, that when you put those together, you mix them up, you get the American magic. And you can't just pick and choose. I think it takes all of those things working together to get us what we got. And it's imperfect, and we can argue all day about all the things we get wrong and all the things that we could do better. But there's something about that keeps propelling us to be something special, I think, in our form of government, something special in our form of markets, and something special in our form of transparency and trying to inform the public. And so I hope all of you, even though you might not go into the media, that you understand and really appreciate the importance of protecting all three of them.
Yeah, I think we should read the definition of the First Amendment broadly because I think it was intended to be broad. I mean, if you look back on the people who were performing acts of journalism or running the press, the presses that we're talking about, some of them were blacksmiths and farmers, and they were not working all day, every day journalists. They were citizens who performed citizen journalism even back then, before this rise of citizen journalism here. We've also seen in recent years citizen journalists do a really great job at times when the mainstream media or the broad media, the establishment media, has failed. I'd point to the coverage from these bloggers named Powerline. Yeah. 3 lawyers that sort of unraveled CBS and 60 Minutes and Dan Rather and forged documents scandal did a hell of a job doing that and presented facts that were absent from what 60 Minutes viewers had seen. I think that the job for you all and for us is to make the distinctions between the people who are committed to telling the truth, who care about the truth, and who have a record of producing the truth and correcting when they don't get the truth. And they tell you about it, and they're ostentatious about it. We try at the Dispatch, if we send out an email once a month. It's corrections of any mistakes we've made for the past month. And we pound our chests about it. These are the mistakes that we've made. Thankfully, those emails are pretty small. But we want people to know, like, we care about the truth. We care about the facts. We want to get stuff right, and here it is. Judge us based on this. So I think it's incumbent upon us to make those distinctions, even if the First Amendment doesn't necessarily do it in that way.
Well, thanks. To finish up, let me ask each of you just to finish this sentence. The single biggest thing journalism can do to strengthen democracy is? Sam?
The single biggest thing journalism can do to strengthen democracy is to create a forum for this great crucible of ideas we are in this country, to allow people to express their ideas and channel those ideas into solving America's problem.
Hey, Steve?
To tell the truth and to hold itself accountable.
Great. Jim?
I think to be fearless, to be trusted, to be insanely useful and insanely illuminating. I think we could do those things. We do it right.
Three great answers. I think this is the first time the three of you have been together on the stage, and thank all three of you for doing this. It's been a great conversation. Please join me in thanking them.